Good morning, Tradeify Nation, and welcome to another edition of Tradeify TV. It is Tuesday, July 1st, 2025. It is 60 minutes before the New York Open, which means it's time for us to help get you ready for your trading day. And it is a Tuesday, which means it's Tank Tuesday here on Tradeify TV. That's right, Tank Tuesday on Tradeify TV, only on Tuesdays. It's before 2 o'clock, but it'll be after 10 o'clock. It'll actually be, well, it's 10:30 Eastern, 9:30 Central here for those of us in a normal time zone. That's a lot of teas right there. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna take a minute to recover here, guys. But speaking of teas, make sure you join me for the backup vocalist for the band Plain White Tees, wearing his white tee. If your name were Tom, this would make a whole lot more sense right now. But it's Nick. So Nick, how you doing, brother?
Wow, that was
Nick.
smooth. Not gonna lie, that was smooth. Good morning, Matt. I'm doing great. Good morning, Miriam. Hope you too. Yeah. Exciting day ahead. Hopefully, not the same price action like yesterday. I mean, as usual, we had barcoding during TTV, and then after TTV, we had the real moves. So yeah, let's hope that's not going to happen today, and we actually get some setups. That would be nice. But yeah, certainly going to be an interesting day. But as usual, let's kick this off with our one and only curly hair trader, Matcha Mommy. I'll keep it to these two today. Like, let's not overcomplicate shit. All right?
Yeah, don't confuse the new people here. Good morning, guys. Welcome to Tradeify TV. We hope you are doing well. We hope you are feeling energized and ready for a new day. It is Tuesday, and you know, I'm honestly excited for today. I love when we have Coach Tank on. Of course, I love when we have all our guests on, but we hope that you guys are ready for that because he always just comes in and drops the heat and drops the knowledge. So make sure that you have your notepad ready because it's going to be one hell of a session. And of course, hopefully we get some moves today in the market. So again, before we get started, yeah, see, look, Matt's already ready. He's already got it. Before we get started though, make sure that you like and subscribe to this channel. Make sure that you tell a friend about it and so that they can start their morning with us as well. So Matt, why don't you walk us through what we're looking at from the 4-hour chart?
What if I don't want to?
Well, fired.
I said that you have to. So.
Fired. That's your first time, Matt.
So we've had actually some interesting price action as we came on the air today. I'll let my two co-hosts break this down on a little more of a shorter term time frame. But as we look at the 4-hour of the NQ, boy, guys, I know you guys know I'm not as heavy on the trend lines, but boy, we are really trend lining here and even cracking a little bit below here. I think this could set up for a fairly bearish day if we hold below -1 standard deviation. If we hold below VWAP, very strong bounce off that 760 to 770 level. So that's going to be an area to watch. Another news item I'm watching today, guys. Last night sort of reignited the feud between Elon Musk and President Trump. Elon Musk slamming the new big, beautiful bill that's going to pass, I think, sometime in the next few hours. And because a lot of it goes after a lot of subsidies that Elon is used to for his companies. And the president has since fired back and said he's going to have Doge, the group that Elon created, examine Elon's subsidies. So that let's watch. We're going to keep one eye on Tesla today because if some more news comes out on that and just how heavily Tesla is weighted in a lot of the indexes, especially the NQ, we need to be careful with that. Already, we've seen, guys, just in the 20 minutes before we came on the air to now, better price action than most of what we saw for yesterday's show. But on the 4-hour here, guys, we are looking like we're cracking a little bit lower on the NQ. Gold has been an interesting, this is a 60-minute chart of gold, almost straight up from 3,300 all the way to 3,360. We actually said on the show a few days ago, 3,300 was the area to watch. And sure enough, it has been a strong push up in gold, which again, if you're forming a thesis, guys, and I'm not saying this is our thesis, more news came out there. There's the news, NEWS news. Considering the two people that are sparring, I don't think we want any nudes to come out. That's just a personal preference. You do you. But anyway, if you're forming a market thesis that we're at a little bit of a short-term top, and maybe we need to pull back a little bit before we get a run up to new all-time highs, this is a piece of evidence that you're going to rely on, the fact that gold is rallying towards short-term highs. As far as CL goes, still just a crappy little range bound bullshit. So I'm not really interested in CL at this point. But again, I think we're going to get some better trading today, guys. Anytime you see a little movement like we've seen on the 5-minute, and the 15, etc. But I think I'll kick it over to Nick. We'll start with the shorter term time frame analysis on the NQ, and we'll circle back to Miriam for ES, etc. So Nick, take it away.
Let's do it. Actually, I do have the 1 hour chart open here because of the exact same trend line that you drew. Because NQ is trend lining today, or like over the past couple of days, and I love it. Like,
okay, sorry to interrupt, Nick, but I did just because I just talked about this. Trump just made a statement, or I don't know if this is a statement or a tweet. Who wants an electric car? I don't want an electric car. There's one problem with it. It explodes.
Oh,
that is a Trump statement.
Goodbye, Tesla. I guess.
Well, yeah. So I'm gonna pull Tesla up on the 5-minute here, but go ahead, Nick. I will. I'll let you know what breaks here.
Tesla is gonna be nasty today, based on that. But anyways, we do have a super clean trend line, and I love the trend lines. Obviously, here on the 1 hour, we had a little bit of a fake out so far. Here's what that looks like on the 1 minute chart. That is pretty much this wick that we see right here. Like, we pushed a bit through, about 25-ish points down, and then right back up. So I wonder if we're going to hold below, or if we're just going to fake this out and continue to push to the upside. Let's see. On the 15-minute here, I have a couple important levels for you guys. Obviously, as usual, previous week high is going to be relevant. If we have a fake out here, I definitely look at previous week high as some sort of a point of resistance to maybe even go back to shorts. But let's see what happens there. Then obviously the weekly open, right, which is yesterday's open pretty much, which we almost touched with that little trend line break / fake. Not clear yet what that's going to be. If we close on the 15-minute outside of this trend line, I consider this a break, and then I'm gonna start looking for shorts. To the downside, then we do have a lot of room, to be fair. The next really important level is this one right here. Basically, we could mark this as a demand zone here, sitting at, what's that, 22,633 and 22,601. So pretty much the 22,600 level. That should serve as a nice area of support here. And of course, also right below the weekly open, we do have this little consolidation here. I mentioned this yesterday during the stream, which is also an important zone. So these are the levels for today, from my end to the downside. Then to the upside, we obviously have the previous day mid, always important. We have the monthly open sitting at 22,866, and then of course the all-time high at 22,934 so far. But me personally, I do expect a bearish day. I mean, not going to promise that's going to happen, but that's what I do expect. So let's kick it over to Miriam for ES.
Thanks, Nick, for that. Yeah, it's interesting because we've been sitting at these, pushing into these highs, and we're kind of, for a moment, we're sitting at no man's land, right? We didn't have any levels to the upside on both futures. And it gets a little tricky to trade when you don't have anything to really, target, right? And this is kind of where we're starting to feel a little bit toppy. And again, this is all just based off what I see in the last previous days. But, right now, Nasdaq's kind of, this 900 to 935 area is going to be feeling a little bit heavy. And I think, we got to consider these trend lines here as well. ES is actually looking a lot smoother to me. And I know I keep saying that in terms of it's just general chart. Excuse me, but Nasdaq, that trend line that we were sitting at, if I go to the 4 hour here and I look at this, this is a really, really solid trend line. I think this is going to be a really interesting trend line that we look like we're currently trying to break. So this is something that I have on watch for today. Now, the only reason that I'm a little cautious about this trend line right now is because we do have this demand zone sitting here at this 750 area. It's a 1 hour demand zone. It goes all the way to the 726. 726 zone that we've been kind of on watch, keeping our eye on for the majority of the, last week as well. So I would definitely watch this demand zone, right? We are trying to break this trend line as we speak right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if we just came to this demand zone and just ate it up. And of course, whenever we're talking about higher time frames, we're looking at the possibility of getting a fake out. So definitely something to make sure we're on watch for. So I would look for a break of this trend line, confirmed break of the trend line, at least on the 15-minute, and then we come down to this area, and I want to see what we actually do at this 725 area until 700. We do have a level, of course, at 700 as well. So I would look for that, and then that would pretty much put us in 3 areas of confluence. We have previous day low, we have just this demand zone right here, but we have this area that we need to clear for any sort of downside momentum, okay? Because if we clear 700, we have a clear shot until 600, right? This was going to be Friday's swing low that we had. So, this is kind of like the line in the sand, I think, for bulls would definitely be the 700 area. If we clear that, then again, we have some room to the downside. For the upside, we do have some areas that we need to clear as well. This 827 to 850 area is going to be a 45-minute supply zone. So not as strong as obviously the 1 hour that we're looking at here, but we also do have some levels to clear to the upside, right? We have these highs that we need to clear. The 900 level is going to be key. And when I'm looking at book maps here, of course we do have some sellers that could potentially step in at that 900 area. Right now, I'm not seeing too much at that level right now, but it's also, guys, keep in mind, it's a short week, right? So whenever we have short weeks like this, we're more prone to fake outs. Definitely time for, you to be more patient with your setups. These could take a while to play out, right? So, we had a nice move yesterday, right at the open. That's actually where we caught a trade yesterday, but again, you have to look at these days as, possibly faking out, possibly getting traders excited about a certain move, and then, it's just not happening, or the timing is off. So definitely something else to keep track of. But yeah, this is kind of what I'm looking at today. The 726 area, I want to see us get a clear of this demand zone, and then, possibly head down to the 700. The 700 level is going to be heavy on watch for me today. So I definitely want to see what we're going to do in that zone if we get there. And right now we are trying to break this trend line on ES though. Let's look at ES here, because ES is kind of respecting these zones a little bit better to me. We also have this 1 hour demand zone sitting at previous day's low. That would for me be a very good level for us to break. If we can break this 216, 215 area, I think we have a clear shot to at least test this trend line. This is a 1 hour trend line, I believe. But we have a clear shot to Friday's lows as well. Friday's lows are sitting at the 180s, 160, 180 level. So if we can get those clears, then I think we have a good shot. But I'm going to actually be watching ES today, just because ES has just been respecting the levels a little bit more. I feel like NASDAQ has felt a little bit wicky in some areas, and on some days, and I feel like ES is just a little bit of a cleaner move. So definitely going to be on watch. I'm going to be watching both of them in confluence with each other, and looking at how they're respecting specifically VWAP. Obviously, they're both well below VWAP in their 9 EMAs. So definitely want to make sure they're both in sync in that level. But watch this trend line on ES. This is going to be a tough trend line, I think, for us to break. I would very much wait for this 216 level to break, though. I wouldn't try to jump into this right as the trend line breaks, because again, we do have this 1 hour demand zone that we could bounce at. So yeah, let's see what we get today. Let's see what we get.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if you've seen it already on Twitter, guys, but we currently do have a 50% off code for one use. Basically, like any account you want, you can use the code once. The code is TVT. All right. So if you were looking to buy an account this week anyways, then do it now, because 50% off is huge.
Nice. Love that.
All
yeah,
right,
that's massive. 50%.
Yeah, take advantage of that. I believe that's for the Tradeify accounts as well. So everybody knows Tradeify is was dropped from someplace else. So those of us that still use Tradeify, we're excited to have a nice 50% off sale. So go grab yourself another Tradeify account, and that can be the one that maybe gets you to your first ever prop firm payout, or get you to your first 5-figure payout, or whatever your next milestone is. And as always, guys, if you have milestones, we want to hear about them in the chat. First eval passed, we want to hear about that. First payout, we want to hear about that. Your first couple payouts, we want to hear about that. Your first 5-figure payout, we'd love to hear about all of that, guys. So make sure you're sharing that in the chat. How is the chat feeling this morning? I feel like everybody's still waking up a little bit. I'm still waking up a little bit, guys. I got up a normal time, everything fine, slept fine, but needing that extra dose of caffeine this morning. Maybe it was just the markets yesterday that put me to sleep for about 18 hours, but it is already looking like we're going to set up for a little more of an action-packed day today, which is, of course, is what we want. We just want some movement and some signals that it's coming, right, guys?
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. We don't want to have to beg NASDAQ for us to give us a move. Yesterday just felt like once we got that morning move, it was Chop City from there. So hopefully we get something better today.
Yeah. I mean, it has to be. It has to be better. But we're looking like this trend line is going to hold, and this was actually a fake out because we're making a higher low here, and now potentially a higher high on the 1 minute, which should lead to us coming back up to previous week high at least. But let's see where price takes us today. Also, guys, we're going to have, of course, marble races today. We're going to have some sick giveaways. We're also going to do a flash giveaway here shortly. So make sure that you like the stream right now, because in order for us to do that flash giveaway, let me refresh the like count here really quick. We're currently sitting at 113. So let's get this stream to 211 likes. All right. So 211 is going to be the threshold for us to do the first flash giveaway and give away a 25K straight to funded account. All right. So
why 211? Why not 212?
Yeah.
Because I said so.
Okay. All right.
Matt's just asking all the questions today.
I'm trying to ask the important questions here.
Yeah. Yeah. Naturally.
It's like it. 211. It is.
Yeah, the check the Discord for the code, guys. It's a one use code. Well, one use for every customer, but make sure
it's TVT.
TVT. Okay, TVT is the code. Make sure you use that. Again, it's one-time use on, I believe, Tradeify accounts. So make sure you're selecting Tradeify when you go through the account creation process. But yeah, it's a great opportunity to get a maybe an account that's that normally would be a little out of your price range, get you a little more leverage, get you just make sure, again, if you're somebody who is able to find some consistency in your trading, that, you know, having a little more leverage can be a very good thing. But again, if you failed a number of evals in the past, just because you can get a bigger one doesn't necessarily mean you're going to pass this one. So just, again, that's why we talk about on this show having a trading plan, executing it, et cetera, et cetera. But hey, 50% off. I can't recall seeing that for anything at Tradeify. So make sure you guys take advantage of that, and we'll go from there. So yeah, I'm still really caught up on the 211 thing, Nick. I'm not going to lie. That's like really messing with my head right now.
So easy to mess with your head, huh?
Yeah. It's early, man. It's early. And if somebody alluded to any of us being hungover, we weren't at the party last night. So we have no excuse to be. I kind of feel if you could wake up Tuesday morning and you're hungover, you probably need to talk to somebody about that. But no, not hungover, just a little tired. But it always happens to the best of us. I'm old, guys. I'm getting old. So it's, back in my day. We could.
Still young. Come on.
Yeah, I know. You two make me feel old every day, though. It's like you guys have all this nice, youthful energy. And I'm like, oh my God, I need coffee.
You're the one always cracking jokes, so
I am. No, I am. I joke. I laugh and I joke, and normally I'm wide awake. But no, it's the market is going to keep me up today. I truly believe that. I'm manifesting that. What's like Oprah's The Secret or The Gift or whatever the hell. But although, can we really trust Oprah? She gave us Dr. Fail.
Oh boy, here we go.
Wow, we made it. We made it 21 minutes today.
Yeah, you didn't get him much yesterday.
How long can we make it in the morning without doing a Dr. Phil impression or talking about Dr. Phil?
I think 21 minutes is the new low.
What are you doing?
What are you
You are
doing?
overtrading.
Everybody who just joined in, guys, we're going to do a flash giveaway here in a second once we reach 211 likes, especially for Matt because he wished for that number. So 211, and we're going to do a giveaway. So smash that like button really quick, and we'll be there.
Matt is the serious judge. Yeah, that's a good description. I'll take that one. I had a teacher very early in my life tell me, always take what you do seriously, but don't take yourself too seriously. So I've kind of tried to live by that a little bit. So we try to, and again, we're here for education. We're here for entertainment. So we hope to keep you guys engaged and in tune as we continue. But boy, I saw somebody earlier in the chat say we want to get to 14,000 subs this week. I think that'd be great. That would be absolutely outstanding. You guys know we are trying to build this show organically. We're not splashing everything there. We're doing all over the place. We're trying to do this by word of mouth, which is why I remind you guys at the end of every show to go tell somebody about this show. But yeah, volatility, nice to see you, sir. We will see you tomorrow, I believe, on stream. Yep. And for those that are just popping in now, it is Tank Tuesday on Tradeify TV. So we have a lot of teas going on today. But boy, a little bit of consolidation here in the NQ. We do have, again, we've got, hold on, let me pull up the news graphic for today. All right, guys, so at 9:45, we have PMI manufacturing. This is a little bit after Fed Chairman Powell is talking. 10 o'clock Eastern time, we have ISM manufacturing index. And also at 10 o'clock, we have Jolt's job opening. So again, guys, the NFP comes out Thursday morning this week because of the holiday on Friday. So we will keep things moving up until then. So yeah.
Nice. I just took this bull flag long here, guys, with very light position size, like 5 micros and an 8-point stop. But I like it so much that I can't let it go. So that's why I had to take it.
Yeah, this 800 level, if we can clear it, looks good. Looks good if we can continue. We also have some resistance. Yeah, 805. I would say 805. What's your target on this?
Target on this would be 22.820. Can't speak anymore. Nice. 821. 821.50.
All right. Yeah,
but I will trail my stop though. So
nice.
I will trail my stop if it comes to it.
Yeah, I think if we can clear the 9 EMA on NASDAQ at 807, 810 area, we have some room.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, I'm really hoping we don't get too many fake outs today. I say too many because there's going to be some.
I take a fake out today. We weren't even getting fake outs yesterday.
What's that?
I said we weren't even getting fake outs yesterday. I'll take a couple of fake outs.
I feel like we got a fake out. We got a few fake outs yesterday. I would say.
We got the barcode yesterday. That's what we did.
It was an easy day to get chopped up. That's what I would say to that.
Yeah. Hey, but guys, we just got to 230 likes, so 211 was the goal. So let's run a quick flash giveaway for all the early birds here. Thank you for being here early. As usual, you have to make sure that you have liked the stream to participate. You have to make sure that you are subscribed to the channel and then type the keyword 211, so 211 in the chat. Only type it once, don't do it twice or 3 times because you are going to get disqualified, all right? Good luck. This is for a 25K straight to funded account.
Nice.
Straight to funded account.
Oh, yeah.
That's like you're given the golden ticket at that point.
Great. Now that song's in my head.
What song?
I got the golden ticket.
When Grandpa finally gets his lazy, unemployed ass out of bed.
This is how I get out of bed. Just tell myself I have the golden ticket every morning.
Mm-hmm. There's a trading metaphor in there somewhere. Well,
yeah.
When I wake up, I'll think of it.
No, it's not a loophole. I actually said 211 as a number. Or that's what I meant, at least. People got it, though, so we're fine.
We got enough. We're good.
All right. Let's see. Let's give them a couple more seconds. You see it live on the screen here, guys. And Drew, let's say in about 5 seconds, click the button to choose a winner. Basically, whenever you feel like it, go for it. All right, we got a winner. We got Noah Kos. Congratulations. Make sure to type something in the chat really quick so we see you're there. And also add your email address to your YouTube channel description so we can reach out to you and send you your price. And everybody else, please stop typing because it's not going to do anything anymore.
Congratulations, Noah.
So sick. Imagine you join, it's the morning, you wake up, you join Tradeify TV, and you win a 25K straight to fund account. You trade it, make money, done. What a sick day.
Mm-hmm.
I like a day like that. I like being done after making money as quickly as possible.
That's right. Yeah.
Joker
Make a couple grand before you finish your matcha.
Joker Joy with the J-Pow keyword here in the chat. Where's the sunflower, though?
His speakers don't work. He's guessing.
Yeah.
Where's the sunflower? Also, Noah, since you just won that prize, keep in mind, Background Nick is out this week, so you're going to receive it beginning of next week. So don't worry, you will receive it, but he's going to email it to you next week. Same to you, Christy. I still call you Christian. You know that by now. But you want to give away last week and haven't received your email. Yeah, that's because Background Nick is out. He's going to send it to you beginning of next week.
Not gonna lie, Nick, I kind of want to fade this.
Do it. I'm not liking it that much anymore, to be honest.
The nice thing is, at least with this, it would be a very tight stop.
Yeah. I mean, I have an 8-point stop on 5 micros, so I don't care, honestly.
Wow, your stop is tiny.
Yeah, but it made sense for that bull flag. So stop is always below the bull flag, so.
Got it.
But if you want to fade me, do it. Do it.
Maybe I'll give it a go.
That stop is tighter than a Trading Bros t-shirt.
Okay. I want to see us get a little bit higher. I want to see us actually get to back to 800 again.
Minus one standard deviation sitting up at about 806.
Well, here she comes.
Don't do it here. I want a little bit of a pop-up. I want a little bit of a pop-up to, like 802, 803. And then my stop would probably just be, like 815. But we're getting some buying coming in here. So let me see.
Damn, Nick, shots fired in the chat, man. They said Background Nick's better looking than you.
Ooh.
Wow. Okay.
Dang.
All right. I'll turn my camera off, guys. It's all right. I'm gone now.
Okay.
I'm just number 2 because I'm just a number 2 good-looking Nick. So.
Dang, we really hurt his feelings.
But I mean, to be fair, Background Nick is looking very good.
Missed my entry.
There was your pop to the 800.
My entry, I missed it.
Yeah, I'm not liking this anymore.
Yeah, it had its run.
If this drops right now, I'm not going to be very happy.
I bet.
We'll see. This is holding for now, but I like the 9 EMA retest here on the 15 minute. holding the trend line, though, is the only thing.
We are still, however, I'm thinking about getting out break even here. Yeah, I'm closing it. Don't like how this moves. Close that break even.
Stock market James Dean. All right. Okay.
I'll take that.
Rebel without a clue.
That's great.
Where is Coach Tank? He's going to come on at 10:30 today.
Yes, it is Tank Tuesday.
Is there...
It is Tank Tuesday.
Tank Tuesday, yeah.
I just love when Coach Tank comes on.
Oh, we all do.
It's just, yeah, just such a good lesson.
Keep in mind, everyone, so we got the open coming in about 27 minutes, and then 30 minutes after the open, we have ISM Manufacturing PMI and Jolt's job opening. So those are the two big. Obviously, Powell's talking as well. I feel like Powell over the years has gotten better at talking without saying much. So I'm not like necessarily too worried on about him rattling the markets, but we'll see. We'll see what he says. Obviously, we're going to keep an eye if there's any more Trump Elon stuff. I will put that out there. Tesla down a little bit, but holding. Let's see. Let's kind of see. I'll keep an eye on that stock once the New York session opens.
Yeah.
And if that gets into free fall, that's going to have a heavy effect on the indexes. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think for me, I really want to see. I want to see a test of this this demand zone here. So that's going to be a key area for me today. I'm going to go ahead and not take this short. I'm going to wait since we're, not too far from the open here. So I'm going to go ahead and wait, but I want to see what we do in this range. This is kind of an interesting range that we're sitting in because, we could potentially we're holding this trend line right now. So we do potentially have room up to this 823 area. I would say probably like 815. That was the same area from yesterday that we were kind of chopping around in. You can see this was yesterday's chart here. And yeah, this 800, 815 area was just, it was gross. It was not cute. So, we got some fake outs here at the 800, we would drop down, wick back up. So, these levels are going to be, we're kind of in this chop zone right now. So I would want to see, I want to see a test of this demand zone, which we did get in the pre-market here, but I want to see if we're going to come back down to it. Like I said, ES is still really respective of these areas. Like I really think that ES is the cleaner chart, in my opinion, when we're looking at least even the 15-minute here, side-by-side comparison. But, obviously the NASDAQ's going to move in more volatile ways. So, with ES, I think this previous day low is going to be important, this 224 area. Just want to see on book maps real quick if we have any levels. So 228 has some buyers. And again, yeah, that 225 zone is going to have some heavy buyers sitting there, thick wall of buyers. So yeah, let's see if we come back to this area. I'm curious to see what the reaction is going to be. I do expect some absorption. So, a hold of this zone, possibly maybe even dip into this demand zone here. But you can see it's, every time we kind of came close to this area, we did yesterday, and we bounced very nicely. And today we just made a higher low. So we are still holding. We're still holding these zones, but let's see. I think in terms of any upside, I at least want to see us get back above VWAP, which, that would put us at the 245 level. We do have some sellers sitting there currently on book maps. So, yeah, not a fun zone to be in right now. I'm not really curious, or I'm not really interested in taking a trade here. At least for now. We'll see how the market opens. We are still respecting this 9 EMA, which is why I was considering a short here. This would be the 50% retracement of this move as well. So the volume has been decreasing on the move up as well, which is what I also look for confluence. So I wouldn't be surprised if we, came back down from this area. But again, it's the risk to reward for me is it's okay, right? It's okay because I would be targeting this low here if I were to enter around this 800 area. Now my stop would probably be around 820. 815 would probably be more comfortable for me, but I could see us possibly even, wicking up into that area and then dropping back down. So I'm just going to be patient. I'm going to wait for this open here, see what we do. We did mention that we have, federal state, oh my God, Chair Powell speaking today.
It got you too, huh?
I think you got me too, Nick. Yeah, you got me too. I can't talk today. But we have Powell speaking today at 9:30 Eastern. So we have ISM Manufacturing Index, and then or PMI, I'm sorry. We have PMI and then JOLTS at 10. So just be careful today. We could get some movements and some volatility. So have your stops in place. Make sure you have your stops.
Always.
Yeah, I think, portions of the market have themes of things we're looking for, whether it's low vol, high vol, whatever. The theme right now is patience, right? Like we saw that yesterday. Patience was rewarded. If you were very patient in the morning session, you probably were not in many, if any, trades, right? And you were probably sitting there with basically break even within a 100 or 200 bucks of break even in either direction. If you're somebody who was trying to force a lot of trades yesterday, especially in the time we just sort of got stuck between VWAP and -1 standard deviation, it was going to be death by 1,000 paper cuts. Or if you're over trading, it's going to be death by a hatchet to the head or something like that. So we have to assume when the markets go into these types of modes that it's going to stay that way until it doesn't, right? So for me, I'm always, when I'm in a patient mode, which I've spent quite a bit of the last few weeks on, it's going to take some really, really interesting market action to get me out of that, where I'm going to start being a little more aggressive. And right now we're just not there, especially in the short week, right? As much as we want to talk about being technical traders and, we ignore the news, I thought Tom last Friday talked about that in a way that made a lot of sense. And if you missed that, I encourage you to go back and watch that segment from last Friday's show. But the fundamentals are important. The news is important, and the news is driving the markets right now, as we've seen. So it's a Trump tweet, it's a Trump Elon feud, it's anything that may lead to what is now projected to be a couple of rate cuts for the rest of the year. So we do need to pay attention to all this. So this is something that we but again, it's patience until I see otherwise. And I think non-patient traders have had a rough 2025. I think that would pretty much be universally accepted amongst a lot of traders. But again, when you're waiting for your setups, you're trading your setups, you're controlling your losses, protecting your capital, you're probably doing pretty well this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Miriam, I'm glad you didn't fade me there.
Well, yeah, I see. That's the thing too. It's like you gotta kind of look at what the price action's doing, and right now these buyers are trying to step in. Looking at book maps here, these orders are getting taken out. So, you gotta take a look at also like what your risk to reward is on a trade. Is it even worth putting on a trade? It could be an A+ setup in terms of the actual technical side of it, but when you look at what you're risking versus what your potential move is, you got to ask yourself, is that worth it, right? There's two questions you should always ask. How much am I risking on this trade, and does this even make sense for my setup? And one of them could be yes, but the other one could be no. And you gotta kind of be honest with yourself. And I'm guilty of not being honest with myself with that as well. Sometimes I see the setup and I just take it and I don't even consider is this even worth the risk to reward? Like, I'm always aware of how much I'm going to lose on a trade, but for me, it's looking at, all right, well, is this even going to be worth me taking, right? So you got to look at it from that sense as well of, yeah, the technical could be there, but is it worth you sitting in the trade if you're not looking for at least a 1 to 2, right?
Yeah.
So
I agree with you.
A 1-to-1 trade is not even worth it to me.
Well, that's why we talk about needing a basic understanding of statistics and probabilities and stuff like that to become a trader. 1-to-1 risk reward, you need to be 50% or above to make money, and quite frankly, you need to be much higher than that. When you're looking for, I like to be in that 1.5, 1.8 to 1. 2 to 1 obviously works great when you can find it. You don't need to be, if you can go 2 to 1 and win 40 to 45% of the time, guys, you're going to be banking, right? It's basic math though. So when you can, I never recommend traders of any level do a 1-to-1, but if you can just get it up to 1.5 to 1, so you're risking 30 or you're risking 20 handles in the NQ to make 30, and you can win half the time, guys, you're going to be passing evals, you're going to be getting payouts. But again, that all comes down to your trader methodology and what specific style and risk parameters that you use. And if you don't know that, if they differ all the time from trade to trade, then you don't have a methodology. I think one thing, if you've been able to take away in the short time we've been on the air, is you know our trader methodology. You know those of us that are patient, those of us that are a little more aggressive, we know what we're looking for, and you know what we're looking for. So when you see, Miriam and Nick are very onto those trend line breaks. See a trend line break, take a trend line break. I'm a little more in some of the Renko stuff that just hasn't been firing off a lot over the past couple of weeks. So, but we know exactly what we're looking for, and when we get into a trade, we know approximately how we're going to manage it before we get into the trade, and exactly how we're going to manage it once the trade is live. So, again, it's all about knowing yourself as a trader, understanding your individual problems, pitfalls, and baggage, and building around a trading style, strategy, and methodology that complements your personality.
Mm-hmm.
Very true. Well said. We should clip that. That was good.
Dropping the nuggets.
Dropping them nuggets. You know what's funny? The math ain't mathing here. I'm looking at the viewers and the like count. We currently have 558 viewers, but we only have 330 likes. What?
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable, guys. So if you haven't already, make sure you like that stream, because we are going to have some juicy giveaways today. And we're going to have Coach Tank on today. We currently have the 50% off sale with the code TBT. Damn, so many things going on. And live trading coming, obviously, once market opens here in 17 minutes or 16.
Yeah, I definitely cleared out my NQs, so I am trading at micros today.
Well, I mean, when things are going your way, they're going your way. You've been on a heater the last week and a half, so I mean, honestly, it is what it is.
The panic that settled in, though, like, well, it was like a wave of panic. It was like,
yeah,
oh, I didn't realize I had that order in.
Well, honestly, I appreciate how you handled that, because you acknowledged it was a mistake, and I could tell you were pretty pissed off at yourself for a couple minutes. But by the time it all like clicked, like the trade is in the green. Now, normally I would tell somebody, if you're in a trade you have no intention of being in, you need to get out. But at that point, I think as soon as you realized what had happened, you slapped in a stop at break even. Fuck it, let it ride. So
I know that's exactly my thought process. I was like,
yeah, and if it had, as soon as you realized it, if it had been in the red, I get the sense you would have closed it right away. And okay, let's move on. But yeah, it's a happy accident, happy mistake. You manage to trade and you move on. But yeah, guys, this is gonna happen to everybody in their career multiple times. It's happened to me multiple times as well. Again, as careful as we are, there's always going to be little things that slip through the cracks, right? So just, again, if you get into a trade you have no intention of being in, and it's sitting there break even, or it pops a red on, you move on, right? If it happens to run in your favor, all right, like Miriam did, you take it as a happy accident. You don't lose money on it. But again, that's when you got a heater, you got a heater. So you're our ace pitcher on the mound right now. We're gonna keep you out there until the arm falls off.
Okay. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But yeah, it's definitely like a very intense moment. You gotta situate yourself a little bit. And this is not my first time doing this. I told you guys, like, I oscillate between trading NASDAQ or the minis and the micros. So it's not like this was, a crazy position size for me, just not intentional. And you gotta like treat it as a moment of, just taking a moment to realize what happened, right? And for me, I quickly took off like four of those contracts, and I just left one running. But yeah, you got to be ready for making sure that you're ready for those moments to happen, but also be careful, be careful. And I think for me, it executed, but it could have easily just not. And so for me, I'm, anyways, whatever. My point is, always be careful of your position sizing, and, just be ready for that, because it's going to happen. But right now, this 823 level on the NASDAQ, still an area that that we're hitting resistance on. I had told you guys that if I were to take this trade, my stop would have been right around that area. So let's see what we get here. I think, we might just kind of slowly continue grinding up. The only reason I'm not a huge fan of this is because we still are below VWAP. We're still below this supply zone as well. So I'm not really looking to take any longs until we can come back and test this area. This 58 zone, 55 area. We do have some, let me see here. Let me see if we have some buyers. Not a lot of buyers, actually. Not a lot of buyers currently sitting on book maps. We do have a little bit sitting at the 750 area. Those could start to come in, but we do have a good solid wall of buyers sitting at 22,675. So that's going to be all the way down in this zone right here. So that could also be a good area to look at potentially shorting. I would consider a short if we get down below this 725 zone to target at least 700. See what we do at 700, and then that 675 zone would be a level that I would probably target as well. So let's see what happens here. But yeah, we are currently still rejecting this area. ES is still not able to get back above the 9 EMAs. We still have VWAP sitting at 242, and again, those sellers sitting at 245. So let's see what we do here, guys. We might actually come back and test these lows. So
it's looking like it.
I would take that. So any questions you guys have, drop them in the chats. I saw a question about Hank and Ashy candles. I don't use those. I don't think you guys do either. So just
I did actually for about 2 years.
Okay.
What's the question?
If we use them.
I did for 2 years.
Okay. I mean, I was just going to leave it at no. So,
the classic. You
gotta make it complicated. I get it.
Matt's classic no.
He's got to throw something in because his natural Swiss reaction is to make something neutral.
Well, I can't do anything against it, It's just who I am.
Yeah. All right, guys. So we are a little over 10 minutes from the New York Open. At least right now, we're setting up for potentially a little better price action. I'm going to leave the indexes to you guys at the Open. I'm going to keep an eye on Tesla for maybe the first 10 or 15 minutes just to see if we get any big movements there once the New York session opens. Obviously futures trade 23 some hours a day, and they there's good liquidity during that entire time. Maybe not as great as we would like, but especially once the Asian and European sessions go, and there's liquidity like crazy. Stocks aren't always like that. There is pre-market and post-market trading. But keep in mind, stocks are, especially Tesla stock is one that is heavily influenced by option positions based on, dealer hedging and things like that. So the options only trade 9:30 to 4. There is no pre-post market in options. So once the options market opens up, and it takes 10 to 15 minutes for some of the big boys to get their orders in, and we can see kind of where the open interest has changed, if it has, and what the premiums are baked in, especially the puts, because I imagine this will be viewed as bearish news, even if the market doesn't react overly bearish to it. But that's, again, let me look this up really quick, what percentage Tesla is. SLA.
Yeah, I want to hear that number. Unless somebody in the chat knows, then let us know. Also, I see people asking until when the code TVT is good for. Until July 15th at 11:59 p.m. EST. So it's a one-time use code until July 15th.
So Tesla is 3.33% weight in the NASDAQ. I thought it was a little higher than that, but that's still a pretty good sized number.
It is. And what's that number it needs to hit to, or like that?
I don't know. There is somebody in the chat can maybe help me out. I remember there's a number in Tesla that if it hits it, really causes Elon a lot of financial problems. We're nowhere near it. I think it's well below 200. But there was some specific number that basically forces liquidation of some of the loans that he has against Tesla stock. Now he's had a little bit of that financial burden lightened when he had his XAI company buy Twitter. So a lot of those debts, at least, just been transferred to another company as opposed to him personally. But I know he's leveraged to the you-know-whats in Tesla stock, and that could be some problems. Is it under 200? I want to say it was like 180 something. Like there is a hard number. You know what? If we get towards 200, I don't think we're getting there today. I mean, we're up at 300.
That would be crazy.
That would be an all-out market crash. We would see a lot. It's more than just
NQ would die.
Yeah, it would. And well, S&P would as well, and it would certainly start killing off the Russell and some of the more risky stuff. So yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not going there. I don't think anytime soon, unless Trump really. I mean, again, the thing with Trump, he gets very fixated on certain things, and there's a lot going on. I mean, the Israel-Iran thing is okay for now, but now he's going to bat for Netanyahu in Israel to get him off his corruption charges, and he's got the big beautiful bill going on right now as we speak, I believe. So there's a lot on his plate right now. But if the dust settles and he just decides he wants to bankrupt Elon Musk, he could do it. So let's just keep an eye on that. So,
yep. We have 7 minutes and 20 seconds until market open here, guys. So make sure you keep an eye on that. And also, as usual, I'm going to mark here 10 a.m. because we have Schultz news coming out. So I have my beautiful red line on the charts. If you keep missing the news and then suddenly it pumps in one direction or dumps in the other and you get stopped out, then use just a simple red line or yellow line or whatever color you like on your chart, a vertical line, so that you remember when the news comes out. All right.
Tesla also 1.4% of the S&P.
How much, sorry, Matt?
1.7.
1.7. All right.
I like your vertical line idea. I'm going to do that too.
Thanks. Yeah, it saved me a lot of times, actually. When I didn't do that, I got stopped out too often. So
I'm trying to find a less aggressive color. There we go. We'll do blue.
Whatever color you like, Mary. You should do green for your matcha, you know?
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
I haven't used blue yet. I want this to look pretty colorful.
So it's cute. So the setup is cute, huh?
Yeah, it's cute. Oh, man.
Yeah, we're not really holding. I mean, we're holding the trend line so far, but it also looks like it wants to come back down. So open is going to be very interesting today, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
then it's just going to stall out, and we're going to be sitting here in 30 minutes, like we were yesterday.
Can Matt explain the standard deviations he's always calling out? It sounds interesting. I think
so.
He can.
When I'm talking about standard deviation, guys, it's off of VWAP. So I have VWAP, and then I have a plus and minus 1 standard deviation zones, and then I have a plus and minus 2 standard deviation lines. They're not always as easy to see, especially if you're watching on your phone or a smaller screen. But basically, standard deviation is basic statistics and probability. A certain number, approximately 68, 69%. Deviation is going to be within one standard deviation, right? So it's the old bell curve, if you're familiar with that. Most people who do any kind of like market profile or even just VWAP and standard deviation should have a very basic understanding of statistics and probability. Again, you don't need to go take a college course. You don't need to go audit one of those free Harvard courses that are out there, although those can be fun. But you want to I'll find a video on YouTube sometime in the coming weeks, guys, who's not from like any sort of other affiliate or anything like that. But if you just look up standard deviation bell curve, spend about 2-3 hours learning some of the very basics, it will help you quite a bit. It's also one of the reasons, when we get above +2 standard deviation or below 2, that I'm usually hands off on any trades, whether mean reverting or continuation, just because of the statistical extreme of the price action. So standard deviation off of VWAP is something I've been watching for about 8-9 years now. So it's something I have a pretty good grasp of. I think plus and minus 1 standard deviation, as I've said, I think function a little better as zones rather than as a specific point. And so that's stuff that I'll use potentially for entries and exits when I'm playing those areas. Again, it's on any given day, you kind of like yesterday in the morning, we had that strong bounce off VWAP. before we sort of barcode it out. But just again, keep in mind that that having that basic understanding and statistics and probability when you're talking about your methodology, which I was hitting on earlier, your risk reward versus winning percentage, guys. This is part of doing the ugly work of trading, right? Like this is not studying standard deviations and statistics and probability. Not my idea of a party. It really isn't. It can be some pretty boring shit sometimes, but I think it's one of those that's essential knowledge for a trader, especially, you know, I don't like the expression professional trader because what really the fuck is that, right? But if you want to have just a baseline understanding of what's going on behind the scenes, it's always important to understand basic statistics.
1000%, yeah.
Makes sense.
And I love how we all have our own ways of viewing the market, which is why I love like getting both of your insights. Like I've actually never, I obviously I know what standard deviation is, but I've never used it in my trading. And you know, it's cool to see like how you interpret that and how you look at that. And those levels sometimes are, you know, we're both on the same page with those levels. So it's cool to see that there are different ways, you know, we can each analyze the market and it'll all be the same. Getting some selling coming in here.
Absolutely.
All right, we are 2 minutes away, guys.
Oof.
From our favorite moment of the morning.
Yeah, yesterday you almost missed it. Hopefully
if I get it within 30 seconds, I count it because some of us have it on a pretty long delay. So you know,
you can say it now already, so you don't have to afterwards.
I'm good. I'm good.
It's not the same.
Let's see where it takes us today.
We're just kind of hugging this -1 standard deviation band here.
The poll is saying, again, 53% bullish, 33% bearish, and 13%.
That's a little lighter in the bulls than we've seen for a while.
No, yesterday was 54 as well, I think. It's actually, but the bulls are always winning this poll.
Winning.
Winning.
If it was as easy in the markets, eh?
That was those Charlie Sheen interviews, some of those cracked out stuff I've ever seen in my life. When he was going insane a few years ago and he was doing all those interviews. So
I forgot about that.
Are you okay, Charlie? I'm winning.
I completely
the interview where like
forgot.
every question is like, well, I don't know because I'm winning.
Are you okay, Charlie?
Yeah.
Miriam Leah is asking what Bookmap is doing or showing.
Oh, I think I saw her message earlier. She just said, keep us updated on what Bookmap is doing. Yeah,
a lot will pop up at the open.
We really, the only place we see, well, we have the market opening
10 seconds. All right, my friends, it is time. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1. Ding, ding, motherfuckers.
Let's see. To the moon or not.
Trend line's still holding here.
It is.
No, I did not forget any orders this time. I cleared everything out.
Not this time.
Still getting that rejection at the 820s. 825. I don't see a lot of orders until 850 though. It's the only thing. So we could get the move up into 850 here. But we do have to clear at least 823.
Yep, no clear direction for now in that first minute. Remember when we started Tradeify TV and the first couple opens were just like 200-point rippers?
Yeah.
You say that you remember that like it was 4 years ago. Hey, you remember guys back in the day?
We've watched a lot of candles form since then, so.
Yeah, that was fun. That was always fun.
Back
Yes,
when we
still a
first
stronger
started,
one
like
of the two.
2 months ago, a month and a half ago.
Yeah, that wasn't
Yeah.
long.
That's crazy to think about it that way.
This is another thing that I'm seeing here with both futures. ES looks like it wants to go for it, and NASDAQ looks like it wants to pull back. This is not the kind of price action I want to see with both futures. SPX, if you guys are SPX traders as well, SPX did open with a gap down, which means we could fill the gap on the way up. The gap would start at 61.90 to 62.05, which we are pushing into right now. ES pushing right into VWAP here, but let's see if we... I don't like the divergence between NASDAQ and ES. NASDAQ's looking weak. And this is the kind of price action, guys. I tell you guys, I don't like to see this between futures because you can get caught up being chopped up in the wrong one. So definitely wait for both of them to find a rhythm with each other.
Yeah, this is a patience market right now. I mean, I said that before the open, and I'm sticking with that. This is just a, you're gonna miss some trades in a market like this, right? Because you're waiting for a little extra confirmation, and that's okay. That's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this is a market that is right now punishing overly aggressive and sloppy entries. Like if you were being overly aggressive on your trading, and or you're just like, well, all right, it's not a perfect entry, but it's, I'll take 7. No, I think this is the type of market that to get it right, you got to be very right on it. So just take your time, ease into things. Hopefully not too many degens already have multiple trades, since we don't even have a 5-minute candle close yet. But just it's a patience day, and if you finish the day flat, you're going to be ahead of probably 80% of prop traders out there. So
yeah,
True.
Either way, though, not looking. I know we still even haven't even closed like 4 minutes yet, but not looking too bullish to me, to be honest. I mean, yes, we are kind of trending up since the pre-market, but not. I want to see us both at least get above VWAP on both futures, which ES is rejecting at the moment. So not looking great so far for the bulls, but once we can get above those levels, then I think we can start looking at some longs.
It's previous week high sitting right above 820. Sitting at 823 right now. So
yeah, it's the same level I have from yesterday as well.
Yep.
That's good, Nick. That's good. Yeah, switch your. I told you guys that I used to, when I was doing mainly small cap stocks and options, I used to like leading into the open. Man, I want to get fucking pumped, right? Like I went like let's get the most metal music. Like I was probably listening to some of Leia's music, but I'm just I'm fired up, and I found out like your heart rate's pumping, and I'm like, yeah, let's go, let's fire, And yeah, who knows how big of a role that made, but I feel way more in control now. That I'm calm usually, and I still do it kind of behind the scenes. You guys don't really see it, but just a couple of deep breaths before the open, just kind of center myself a little bit, bring the heart rate down as resting as possible, and then I feel like I'm ready to go when the market's open. And that's I think, especially in day trading, especially in futures day trading, especially if you're trading this monkey on meth that we call the NQ, calmness. The NQ ain't calm, so you got to bring the calmness, right? So, if you go in too fired up, you're, because if you go in with an elevated heart rate and you're all psyched up, and then the trade immediately goes against you, that's how monitors get broken, guys. So let's be careful.
Yep.
How many monitors have you broken in your trading pastime?
I've never actually broken a monitor. One mouse, but we're not going to talk about that. And actually, it wasn't because I had a losing trade. It's because the mouse crapped out. I don't know if it was battery or whatever. It was like a 9-year-old mouse, and it just I couldn't get into a trade, and it went back to Twitter. So then the mouse got chucked across the room.
Gotta love it. Somebody's still tapping 211. Guys, make sure that you're live. Okay, so when you're on YouTube, make sure you see that little red dot next to your live sign. So that means that you're actually live and you're not watching this way too late.
Yeah, listen, guys, if you're breaking stuff, like literally breaking stuff, and it's not like I know, somebody said about somebody on, and I know there's been YouTubers that punch stuff and rip off, like they're doing that for clicks and views, guys, 9 times out of 10. If you're by yourself and you're breaking stuff because of your performance, I don't make many like declarative statements like you have to do. No, if you're doing that, you need to stop. Like you need to stop trading for a few days.
Yeah, not good. Go heal that. Go heal that.
Go fix yourself.
Talk to a therapist. Or talk to Coach Tank, because he's gonna be on today as well. So make sure you don't.
Well, we joke a lot, guys, but also at the same time, I try to say at least once a week on this show, and I'll say it now, but like as we're on this topic, like with things like trader psychology, like a Coach Tank is great. He's going to be able to help you. We can give you a little tips and pointers of things we've dealt with. If you feel you have something that is a legitimate like mental health condition, please go seek a professional. We are in no way qualified. I'm barely stable myself, so we are in no way qualified to help you with things like major anxiety or depression or anything like that. Please go talk to somebody.
Facts, yeah.
Oh wow, we have some pretty sick price action here in these first couple minutes.
So sick.
What the fuck?
These guys, 8 minutes.
We're not doing this again. Absolutely not.
Oh, please.
This is sick. I love this kind of
Gotta
price
love it.
action.
Gotta love that.
Yeah.
Trading the zone is what you need. Yeah. True.
Yep, we do have some news coming at the top of the hour.
Yeah, watch for news, guys. We also have Jay Powell speaking.
I can call him again if you want.
Yeah, I would
It
appreciate
didn't work
that.
out very well.
That was some very over the top acting for that phone call.
That was not acting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, you
How
better.
dare you?
Yeah.
You better apologize, Matt.
Chris, we weren't at the meetup, so that was kind of like a Tradeify, like core Tradeify thing. So if anyone was there, we'd love to hear about it. But
Yeah.
I saw a lot of cool pics.
yeah,
Lots
it looked
of
fun.
photos with Brett. That's for sure. I think it was funny. Everybody was so surprised how tall Brett is. I mean, me too. When I met him the first time, that guy's tall. You wouldn't
How
expect.
tall is Brett?
I don't
I
know.
think he's very close to me. He might be slightly taller than I am, and I'm 6'1", so
I would say he's 6'2".
yeah, 6'2" is probably a good bet.
I have no idea anything above like 5'8", what that looks like. I'm still looking up anyway, so it doesn't matter.
After about 5'5", you just stop measuring.
Yeah.
Is your fiance like 7'7"?
Yeah, close. He's 6'5", but
Okay,
yeah,
well, there you go.
quite the
Are you
gap.
two ever just like you're home together and he doesn't know because like his mind vision is up here?
There are some times where I'm coming up the stairs and he doesn't see me until I'm at the top step. So
Wow.
oh man. He's always like, I don't know how you do it down there. Anytime we're in crowds too. Because I'm always just like, I feel like as a woman too, you get to the point where you just like rely on your man for everything at some point. Like you just stop thinking. Like when you're out in public, you don't even think anymore. You just let him do all the thinking. So whenever we're out in public, I'm just like, you take it away. I don't know where we're going, but you can see more.
You know, my dad worked as a athletic director at a university, and he, this just goes to show, like, as far as like hair genetics, I was just screwed no matter what, because my mom's entire side of the family goes bald in their mid-20s. My dad, by the time he was, I think, 27 or 28, I'm not saying he had gray hair. I'm saying his hair was white, completely Q-tip white. I don't really remember my dad other than pictures with like non-white hair. But, so we were at a lot of sporting events and all that kind of stuff. And so I learned at a young age, and my dad's not super tall. He's like 5'9", 5'10", so average height for a dude. Mom always used to say, okay, if you just look for dad's hair. So I'm like 7, 8 years old, and I'm like, oh, there's dad over there, right? So it was very helpful growing up.
That's awesome. That's great.
Nice.
I always used to ask him, as a kid, hey, Dad, when did your hair turn white? About the time I met your mother.
Oh, love the guy already. Man, well, we're getting some really choppy action here in the indices. ES still rejecting VWAP here on the 5-minute. Nasdaq still not able to clear this 823 level. So again, this is what I call a penalty box. This is what I call a no trade initiation zone, and for a good reason. I mean, we're not able to.
Right there.
What'd
no
you say?
Trade initiation zone. That sounds like RoboCop level shit right there.
I'm trademarking that, but yeah, this is a no trade zone for me. I think, I don't even want to say it, but I do feel like these shorts might want to come in, especially at ES. If ES can't break this 242, 243 area, we keep rejecting VWAP here, then might be time to look at potential shorts. This is not me saying I'm going to put on a trade. No, that's not me saying that at all. In fact, I'm not even going to probably look at entering a trade until we can at least get a clear of this 780 level, and then at least see maybe 774 pre-market low, and then possibly see previous this 1 hour zone. I really want to see what we're going to do with this 1 hour zone here, because we could get a nice clear of this low here, but I do want to see how we're going to test this area. So ES, like I said, NASDAQ really the weaker one here. ES does look like, it could possibly continue to make higher lows, but I did draw this trend line just for visual purposes. But again, remember guys, we do have news coming out in about 17 minutes here, 16 minutes or so. So just be mindful of your stops, be mindful of your entries.
NASDAQ is becoming weak now though.
Yep.
Breaking that trend line again.
Selling pressure coming in here on NQ.
Can we hold it below the trend line or not?
Yeah, it sounds like Powell is cautioning against too many rate cuts, so that might have been a little bit of a push down there. Good old J Powell.
I guess we have to come up with some entertainment today again. I mean,
are you not entertained?
there was a pretty good comment in the chat here. It said something like marble time. I think we could do a marbles race if we get enough likes in the stream. We're sitting at 432 right now. Let's get the stream to 500 likes and we're going to do a marbles race. All right, for a 25K straight to funded account. That's what we're gonna do. There's your entertainment, people.
Are you done? By the way, is the Maximus Decimus Meridius speech in Gladiator like the best in movies? I think it is.
Totally. Yeah.
No doubt.
We got off on movies yesterday because the markets just didn't give a shit.
Maybe we should just have a new segment called "Would You Rather."
Okay.
I have a feeling that could go off the rails very, very quickly.
We kept it PG yesterday. We did keep it PG.
Yeah, because we're so good at that on this show.
We deserve a pat on the back just for that.
Yeah.
At least in front of the camera. The background chat.
I was gonna say, yeah, they don't see our background chat.
Oh, man. Sitting at 468 likes, guys. Everybody who has not done so already, make sure to like the stream really quick. 32 more, and we are gonna do a marble race for a 25K straight to funded account. All right, big account now. the big boy
Yeah,
accounts.
Timo, thank you for the comment. We do try to keep it entertaining, and actually, this is not hard. Let's be honest. I really enjoy this. This is not like hard work, right? Like I get to sit here with a couple of people that I consider friends. We get to talk the markets. We get to bullshit a little bit. The chat is amazing. You guys I cannot tell you honestly how much easier you guys have made our jobs doing this, because you guys keep interesting comments. You jab at us a little bit, which we like and we encourage, right? We go back and forth. We appreciate that. But yeah, it is when the markets are going great, we're in and out of trades, every 20, 30 minutes. It's the show seems to fly by. I enjoyed yesterday's, but yeah, it seemed like we dragged a little bit just because, again, but you know what, like I said, and I said this I said this to a buddy of mine later on who watches the show, but we could sit here and take trades for the sake of taking trades, but we try to set a good example for you guys, try to lead by example. And that's not to say, we're the be all end all or anything, but at the same time, we've all been doing, we have 2 decades of combined experience. And so when we're sitting here, and again, we'll take our nibbles, but we're not going to sit here and you're not going to see us take $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 losses on days like today. Shouldn't really be taking those kinds of losses anyway, but in days where the markets are going well and you have multiple opportunities and some things happen, yeah, that can happen. But when the markets are just chopping to shit, guys, and you're taking trade after trade, I think Nick, you had like just a couple of very small $100 to $200 losses yesterday. If you had kept trading and let's say had the same thing happen, those can add up. And all of a sudden you're down $1,500 or it's $1,800. It's knowing when to take your nibbles, knowing when to get out. And guys, yeah, this is just not overly conducive to good momentum trading right now. We hope that turns around, but it'll stay this way until it doesn't.
I mean, we kind of mentioned this yesterday too, in terms of it just again being a slower week. Like we have a half day on Thursday and then we're completely closed on Friday. So, it's just when you got to be aware of certain weeks. When is a good time to put on size? When is a good time to scale back? I mean, my range in doing that is pretty wide. I can go from trading 5. You guys have seen it. You guys have seen me trade anywhere from like 5 micros to 5 minis. So it's being aware of like what your risk is on the market. There are certain days where I feel very confident in a certain trade, and there are certain days where I'm like, I like this, but I don't love it. So it's being aware of what kind of market we're in. This is just one of those weeks where you don't want to put on size. There's no reason to. Not to say you couldn't make money, but not the week to go hard. Again, still rejecting this 823 level on the NASDAQ. We keep coming back up to this area and rejecting. I do want to see some volume come in and actually clear this zone. Now we still have this 45-minute seller zone sitting here, but again, we also have data in about 10 minutes here. So just be careful, guys. ES, again, the stronger one of the two. Well above VWAP. NASDAQ still not even barely touching VWAP right now.
Oh, gotta stay patient.
Gotta do it. Holding this trend line though.
Yep, for now. But let's see what happens once the news comes out at 10. I mean, it shouldn't be too crazy, I guess, but
yeah, if I were to go long, I would choose ES over NASDAQ for sure right now. Definitely the stronger of the two.
Doobie doo.
Exactly, Matt.
I would like, if I were to go long on ES, I would like a retest of the 241 area to go long here, because I actually do like this trend line here that we did break, sitting right at VWAP. So I would actually potentially look for a re-entry around the 243, 241 area if we do even see it, because obviously data is going to come out in 10 minutes here, 9 minutes or so. We are getting the push up though. Nice push up.
Yeah, there's a VWAP.
There's also that previous week high level. We're sitting right in between previous week high and VWAP.
SPX also approaching the 6,200 area. So that's why, if you're trading ES is also approaching this swing high here at 6,250. So just be mindful. I wouldn't enter a trade here. If you already are in a long, then that would be my target. So watch these levels, because 6,200 could become an area of resistance here on SPX, which would also be in confluence with this, what we're pushing into here on ES. I would want to pull back though. I'd want to pull back before I enter this. 6,250 has some sellers here on ES as well. And then we have 6,255. I'm sorry, 6,252.
All right. While we wait for that push, I think we should do a marbles race now, because we did hit the 500 goal.
Nick needs to get his fix in.
Yeah, I'm already shaking a bit, So
withdraw. Yeah.
So guys, as usual, to participate in this, to win the 25K straight to funded account, the first marble to reach the finish line is going to get it. Make sure that you like the stream. Make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, and type the keyword barcode for today's price action. Okay, barcode. Only type it once, not twice, not 3 times, because you are going to get disqualified if you type it more than once. Barcode is the code.
Look at that, right to 6,250. Lots of sellers sitting there.
Yeah, ES is pushing pretty well, while Nasdaq is just...
I'm telling you, man, ES's levels are... I need to start looking at ES again.
You might get me to start trading ES.
ES is clean. ES is clean. I forgot how clean it was. Nasdaq just, the moves. When you get a move on the Nasdaq, you get a move. So
we'll also have news coming up in little under 7 minutes, about 6.5. Yeah, the headline: U.S. short-term interest rate futures rise after Fed Chair Powell says he can't say if July is too soon for rate cuts.
Well.
Well. Ooh, heavy sellers stepping in here at the 6,250 level on ES. See if we can actually get that clear. We need a lot of volume to push through that level.
Drew, whenever we have the 300, feel free to pull up the marbles race.
Tesla rallying a little bit here. That might be what's buoying the NQ a little bit.
It's interesting, though.
Still down about 4.5%.
Getting those orders filled at 6,250 here. Trying to. Sellers keep stepping back in though.
And news coming out in 5 minutes and 10 seconds.
Let us say.
Let us say, yeah. Yeah, that guy's coming on as well. At 10:30, we got Coach Tank on. Tea time with Coach Tank.
We really should. We should just all have like tea ready every time he comes on.
Tea time and marbles with Coach Tank. That's what we do. Love that segment. All right. We got some sort of an alien teleportation thingy going on here on the marbles. So
beat me up, Scotty.
I guess let's run him. Okay. We got Marco Kwan in the lead. Noob Gaming in the lead currently. Made it through that funnel first. Oh shit. That's a sick track though. I like that one.
It does look pretty fun.
I like that one. Raf Rips, this looks like my home planet.
What planet is that?
Craig, how can you miss the marbles for a coffee? Like, Damn. PWDR 1. Noob Gaming in the lead currently. Noob Gaming still in the lead. I hate NQ with passion. Follow up there. Oh, first person died. Oh no, actually 10 people already died. Jeff in the lead currently. Mario P second. Carlito. Carlito, sí, señor. Jeff still in the lead currently. Stephen Terry in the lead now. Okay. Have a little bit of a battle going on. Noob Gaming coming back for that W. Jeff in the lead.
Oh.
Jeff still in the lead. Okay. Is Jeff going to make it through the trampolines?
Yep.
Oh, he did. Jeff did make it. Congratulations, Jeff. You won a 25K straight to funded account. So make sure to type something in the chat. Well, I already see you there, so that's great. But also add your email address to your YouTube channel description so we can reach out to you and send you your price.
Nice.
Congrats.
Yay.
Yay. Love how you said that.
Yay.
It was a cute
Well,
Yay.
Yay.
All right, it's that kind of show today, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely need to keep this 6250 level here on ES on watch. We were getting a nice rejection of that level. So gonna be the key area that also confluence with that 6200 on SPX. I told you guys watch that area. We could possibly reject, and we did get a nice rejection here. So let's see what this news comes out with in about less than 2 minutes here. I mean, ideally, I would like a test of this trend line sitting where VWAP and the EMAs would be on ES. That's actually going to be what I look for. If we don't just get like a crazy, drop through this zone, then, I'll be looking for this area for a potential bounce. Only thing I don't like right now is it's forming a bearish engulfing candle right now with the last candle. So not a huge fan of it. I would like for this candle to close, within the last candle, and then have another candle that opens and tests this area for another bounce up. I wouldn't really like to see this massive candle to the downside, and then I don't know, if for some reason it just doesn't seem like it would be the best hold of it. You might get a continuation of this candle. So let's see what this news comes out with. We got about less than 40 seconds here.
Let's see. Definitely wouldn't, if you are not in a trade already, I would definitely not take a trade right now.
Yeah, don't enter a trade right now. That's for sure.
Unless you like the adrenaline.
Which as well. I do like this though. If we can hold, I'll look for a potential long. Only thing I don't like is NASDAQ. NASDAQ below its VWAP doesn't really put me at ease.
Yeah, it rejected VWAP pretty nicely actually.
Yeah.
A couple minutes ago. So 5 seconds until news. Oh, there she goes.
Yep.
Yo. Ooh.
Goodbye. Whoop, there she is again. Yikes.
Get those numbers for you as soon as they come out.
Let the market digest, guys.
We're looking for ISM manufacturing, construction spending, and JOLTS job openings. So as soon as those hit the news feed, I will relay those numbers. Of course, judging by the initial reaction, they're probably pretty accurate.
All right, let's see what we get here.
A little bit of a dump and then pump right away. Back to where it was.
All right, so ISM manufacturing actual 49, expecting 48.8. So that is right there. Let's see, manufacturing prices 69.7, expecting 69. Construction spending actual negative 0.3%, expecting negative 0.1%. JOLTS job openings expecting actual 7.7 million, expecting 7.3. So the job's a little higher than expected. Everything else is just right in line with expectations, which kind of, to be honest, tracks with the initial reaction, right? We were basically I mean, we're only a minute plus into this candle, but it's basically a giant boring doji right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, staying true to the TTV barcode action, so. Now I'm looking forward to Coach Tank even more.
Mm-hmm.
So he brings value, not like the market.
Some selling coming in here.
Do something.
NASDAQ looks atrocious right now.
DJ Nick in the comments here.
I love it. That
Oh,
I
but he
can't hear.
so we can talk mad shit about him, and he can't.
Oh
respond.
yeah. We should play a movie while we react during. Oh, yeah. I kind of like that. We'll have like a movie on one side of the screen.
What?
Yeah, we'll have like trading movie day.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea actually. Kind of like last day of school before the summer holiday.
Yeah. When they bring out the TV on the cart.
Oh yeah. That was the best day ever.
Oh, those are fun. Those are fun. And it was just the teacher's excuse to just not have to teach a lesson for the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone was happy.
They enjoyed it more than we did.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
But sometimes it was lame because it was some like weird, I don't know, like PBS movie that no one ever heard of. You know, yeah.
Well, at least we didn't have to pay attention to school and just watch a movie. So
you could low key fall asleep and they wouldn't even know.
Yep.
Ooh, this rejection of NASDAQ is not, you know, I don't like this. I don't like this at all at this VWAP level. Supply zone is also rejecting. Ooh, not looking too good if you ask me, but
now keep in mind we have this July 9th deadline, which has been circulated a while for some of these deals that are supposed to be done. We're supposed to get what, 90 deals done by July 9th, and I don't think we have any, so, or maybe just a couple. So this is something that's going to wear, I think, because the headline just came across: EU toughens stance on Trump's tariffs ahead of deadline. So now again, you know, is this like the TikTok deadline that's been put off 3 or 4 times? I don't know, you know, and again, you know, some people can sit here and be 100% supportive or 100% critical or whatever. As traders, we don't give a shit, right? Like, but this is just one more kind of deadline, albeit artificial, that has been placed on the markets for next Wednesday. So we'll see what happens leading into that. I will tell you this, guys, just a little bit of a foreshadow. With that coming next Wednesday, I would be very cautious about trading tomorrow afternoon and or the half day on Thursday. We've talked about how not every Friday, but there's been a lot of Fridays that the markets clearly the big boys have reduced long exposure going into a weekend. Again, the weekends used to be even when I first started, weekends were nothing, right? Well, now this is 2025 and we have Trump as our president, which means that's 48 plus hours, really, you know, more than that between market close on Friday and New York market open on Monday for any news to be made. Trading deals, trading whatever. So just I would be very cautious about having multiple long positions, especially for like me, still dabble a little bit on options on the side going into the long weekend.
love me some options.
Barcode.
I would like, you know, I do like ES for long. I really do. The problem is NASDAQ right now. NASDAQ is the one that's kind of slacking. I would have loved to get an entry closer to this 241, 240 area. Now, obviously, we wicked right to it on the news, and I wasn't about to leave an order sitting there. But yeah, this is going away from me now. But you know, I don't like where NASDAQ is sitting. I think the safer entry would be to wait for the 250 clear on ES, and then, you know, hopefully by then NASDAQ would be above VWAP. We do have some sellers sitting there. 62.50 and 62.55 are going to be some key areas of resistance here on ES. So if we can get those clears, you know, if I would have gotten an entry closer to 241, you know, my stop could have been about 238 or so, even 230. Yeah, I would say 238 would be a good stop. But, you know, right now we're just chopping around, guys. We're chopping around. So
Chopping around, yeah.
these are almost like a scalp trader's dream if you could get these solid entries. But even then, you know, you can't trust it really. I will be watching the 6200 level on SPX as well. Even though, you know, I'm not trading options at the moment, but I'm curious to see how we're going to clear that. That would also be in line with that 6250 area on ES. So if we could get that clear, you know, and then a retest, the only thing is we have some highs to get through as well. So that could be a little difficult.
Well, I really want to wait for a break of the 15-minute opening range, because when I did not wait yesterday, well, I got into trouble, and we did kinda break it, right? So we did come out of it, but I'll actually mark it out here for you guys so you see it better. There we go. So we kind of like went a little bit above it here on like about 10 minutes before the news, 9 minutes before the news, but came right back in. And as long as we're staying in that 50-minute opening range, I'm not doing anything, especially because it's only a 40-point range, which is pretty unusual, actually. It's a bit more. It's like 40, 41, 42 points.
Yeah. Just a weird area right now we're sitting in. Actually, I do like that trend line that you have on NQ as well.
That one? That one?
Yeah, let's see.
It's like on the 1 minute though. Yeah. It is holding for now.
Actually, like this one here. This is a very good one that I see on the 15 minutes.
Here's what I would like to see, and that's why I actually drew this. For an entry for me, taking bull flag entries most of the time. But what I would like to see is a break of this trend line, then form a bull flag somewhere up here, and then take a long at around 840-ish with a stop below at 825-ish. So that would be the setup I'm looking for right now.
Nice. Okay. Now let's see. Getting very wicky. Getting very wicky on both futures. This last 5-minute candle is yikes. On ES.
Oh, Matt is back there.
Oh, what's up, Matt?
He just came in and was like, "Oh, wiki."
Say that like I was on for like 90 seconds.
Oh.
I know. I missed you guys too.
Oh.
Boundless. Love it. Somebody paid attention yesterday. Somebody paid attention.
I told my mom about the story. She's like, "Oh, I heard it." She's like, "I was hoping you weren't going to tell other crazy stories."
Oh,
like, don't worry, Mom. I know better.
So your mom is watching.
Oh yeah, she's watching. She was like, I had my knuckles just on my seat, looking like, what is this girl about to say right now?
Well, I guess hello to Miriam's mom.
Hello, Mrs. Matcha.
Hey, chat. Can we get a hello, Mrs. Matcha in the chat, please?
Mom, this one's for you.
Should we bring her on as a future guest?
That's what I said. She would never.
I feel like we could get some really fun stories then.
Oh, yeah.
We should get like on Mother's Day, we should get all our moms on.
Oh.
Trading with mom, and then they decide what trades we take.
Yeah, we give them our accounts for the day.
Yeah.
I mean, might go behind the scenes and disable live trading, but we'll give them the accounts.
That would be funny.
Oh, I love it. Mom, if you're watching this, everyone says hi in the chat.
Yeah, check the chat, Mom.
I can hear her smiling right now. Oh man. All right. Well, we are getting this test here of this VWAP level.
We are.
The thing is, we're getting, you know, I don't like these top wicks that we're getting on NQ and ES. I keep saying this. I keep saying I would enter along here at this 240. I don't know. Something's telling me not to. Something's telling me not to.
Yes, 240 long. I like right at VWAP or like a little bit below.
If I were to just look at ES right now, I'd be like, yeah, I'll take this trade. The problem is NASDAQ. Problem is when I look at NASDAQ and I look at the, divergence in NASDAQ, NASDAQ's still below VWAP. NASDAQ's still below the EMAs. ES is above VWAP and above the EMAs. There is clear divergence in both futures. And that's when I get a little more cautious of trading these, because yes, ES is the stronger one, absolutely. But if NASDAQ gets any sort of selling, that could pull ES back. And I don't like seeing that. Not to say that ES couldn't shoot up and, blow well past 250. That would be the goal, right? That would be the whole trade, in my opinion, of getting at least 10 points out of this. But, for me, it's, again, it goes back to that risk. And you see your setup, yes, but sometimes when you look at the risk, when you look at other areas, it doesn't speak to you as much. And, for me, I'm just, it's not speaking to me. Not saying it's not a good trade or it couldn't play out. It very much could. Just for me, it's not fitting my vibe.
My vibe. It's not cute, is what you meant to say.
Cute. We don't like it.
Yeah, Tesla got a little bit of gains back. Tesla is now at minus 4.07%. Nvidia is down 1.2, 1.3.
Ooh.
It's not looking too hot for longs, to be honest.
Well, Tesla is also trying to fill this gap here. We are pretty much almost a 50% retracement here on this gap. So if we can continue, I mean, it is trying to hold above the 9 EMA here. So if we can get a continuation above 307, then I think it'll pull the NASDAQ up along with obviously ES. ES is just the one that wants to go today. Getting some buying coming in here on ES. Let's see if we can clear 6250. But yeah, I think NASDAQ at minimum holding 800, right? Like we really did kind of come down to that area and just, made a nice hold here. We're getting some buying pressure coming in here now on both futures. I just want to see the continuation come up though and actually clear this 250 on ES.
So now we're breaking that trend line that I mentioned before on the 1 minute here on NASDAQ. And again, I'm going to draw this out.
There it is.
Really quick. I said, if we do break this trend line, I would wait for some sort of a consolidation up here, aka bull flag, and then break of that. Entry here, stop loss here, and off we go to monthly open. That would be nice. But hey, let's just be patient and wait and see if that actually is going to happen.
And our patience is about to be paid off in 15 minutes. It is Tank Tuesday.
Hey.
Oh, shit, what a transition. What a transition.
And that's special.
Phenomenal.
You like that?
I did indeed, yeah.
All right, let's see if we actually get a continuation here of this 6250 here on ES. We are reaching this trend line here on NASDAQ too, so if we can get it clear there, I think we continue moving to the upside. Otherwise, we get a look above and fail, which we don't want. So also this swing high here from the overnight, I think that's the London session, I believe, but yeah, 6250, guys. Mark it on ES if you don't have it already.
Yep. Actually, just realized I didn't. Wow. Okay. I just realized I didn't break down the London session trade I took. 7-point stop loss, but I'll break it down later. Let's see what the market does now. If anybody wants to break down, if you want it, let me know in the chat.
Yeah.
Next week, guys, we'll start looking at the Fed Watch tool again, because I'm seeing a lot on the news feed talking about, like, when is the going to be the first rate cut? Is it or the next rate cut? Is it going to be in July's meeting? It's actually after Powell's comments today, they're starting to lean a little more towards the September meeting. We'll give the Fed Funds futures time to digest that over the long weekend, but probably Monday, Tuesday, I think next week, leading into as we're now in July and as we have a meeting on I believe the 30th. And we'll start looking at that and how that affects the markets.
Nice.
No follow through on this, really. We're sitting at previous day midpoint right now.
We need to clear 62.55. That's the next level I see up on ES.
At least we're getting a little action. I'm not sure how tradable it is. I guess we'll see, but nice to not be trapped in a 30-point zone for an hour and a half. Yep, new bottle of vodka for Nick. Enjoy the vodka, comrade.
Enjoy the vodka.
Yes, my friend. Привет, как дела?
Vodka essential to trading career.
Very
When you lose, you don't care. But eventually, you cannot buy more vodka.
It's like when you drink vodka, it's like everything feels way better. Okay, it's like when you fight UFC. Okay, you get hit in the head, you don't feel nothing. Very good.
Nice. Give it up for Matt and Nick.
You get hit in the head enough, you stop caring because you stop living. Then you just need more vodka.
Which I can't buy because I'm losing all the time.
Ooh. See if we can hold here. Don't like that top wick on NQ or ES. It's a key area here we need to hold. Let's see. I'm tempted to potentially get into a long here.
Okay.
Just waiting.
Yeah, we need some market action to pick up. We got tank coming, but I'm running out of voices, so.
All right, I'm gonna take a long here. 62.49.25 on ES. My stop is gonna be 62.45. I took 12 micros on ES. I want to target this at least 62.55 level on ES. So my stop is going to be just below this 9 EMA here. I'm going to try it. We're going to try it.
Why the hell not?
Yeah.
Well, but we talk about that. You know, this is, if we see setups, you're taking nibbles, but we're not sitting holding on to losers for very long. And you're like me. If your first trade or two ends up being a loser, you take some time off.
Yep.
Like a couple hours. I don't mean like a few days or weeks.
Yeah. Looking like they want to stop me out of this trade. All right, let's see if we can hold. 62.45. We could come down and test this 9 EMA here, which would be literally where my stop is. So they just stopped me out. Unfortunately, that cut me out of my trade. So I am out of that for a loss of $262.
Well, good stop set there, because it plowed through there and dropped down another couple points. Yeah. It is what it is.
Not a crazy loss on the day, but we tried it. This could be the area that we bounce, though. This is another area we could bounce. So
VWAP not acting as necessarily as on the NQ as like resistance to the point, but we are having trouble pushing through that area. We need Coach Tank to come in here and coach us.
yeah. Yeah, this VWAP level. If NASDAQ can hold 800, I think we can, which it's not looking like it wants to, but ES would need to get below VWAP right now. I will be watching for shorts if we do close below this VWAP level on ES though. So let's see. Still holding VWAP.
Five minutes till Coach Tank. Who's looking forward to Coach Tank, guys? Chat.
Let's get a tank in the chat.
Get a tank in the chat.
That'll make everyone wake up a little bit.
While you're at it, get us a Drew as well.
Yeah, Drew's been killing it this week.
Drew is doing everything without background Nick. So he needs to do.
He's doing a lot.
Two jobs at the same time.
NASDAQ holding on for dear life at this level.
Mm-hmm.
Good boy.
Yeah, we do need a tank emoji, huh?
Yeah, we do. We need to.
Or we can just use the teacup emoji. That's fine too.
Yeah.
We should start a tea brand, tea brand for traders. And it's like a tank. It's the logo.
A tea brand for traders. I like it. Like, it's obviously got to be matcha. Duh.
Matcha tea. Okay. I guess.
NQ not looking too hot.
We're breaking out of that 50-minute opening range now. There it is.
Let's see what we do at this demand zone here. 62. Oh my gosh, 70. Girl, buy 752. 752, and then ES's level is going to be sitting around like 241, 240 area.
Matt, Jeremy is saying you guys got the Tesla news, right? Can you look up what we got there?
I see no recent Tesla news other than just what's been going on. Stock doesn't appear to be doing.
All right, maybe this guy is not on live and he's just 2 hours behind.
Yeah, I mean we gapped down from about 318 down to below 300, but they tried to roll it in the first 10 minutes and it's been straight up since then. So we're back up at the 305 level. I mean, that's just going to be back and forth reactive on anything that Trump and Elon say. So Elon has apparently, what started this is last night, Elon let out another series of tweets bashing the big, beautiful bill, which is being voted on, I think, as we speak. They're doing the little Votorama amendment thing, and talking about how much it increases the deficit, and basically saying he will pay to primary every single Republican who votes for it. He says, if it's the last thing I do. So now this is Elon. He could change his mind, and his attention span could go on to something else very, very soon. But I mean, he's got a lot of money and now a lot of time. So I would we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
All right, guys, I'm attempting another short here on ES. This is going to be my last trade of the day. My stop on this is going to be 5 points on ES. I want to see this actual push down. Let's see what we get here. So my stop is going to be 62.4675. Yeah. So my entry was at 62.4225. NASDAQ is approaching this 1 hour demand zone though. So I want to see if we can actually clear this level. ES has some room. ES has some room down to 237. That's going to be my first target on this trade. I took, again, 12 micros on this, guys. So let's see what we get here.
Yeah, there's the real break of that trend line though.
Yeah.
We tapped into yesterday's open at 750.
I don't want to see NASDAQ hold this area though. I think NASDAQ being the weaker one will help push ES down. I am trading ES because it is a smaller position size, and I do want to sit in this trade a little bit longer. So I want to let this play out a little bit more.
DJ Nick in the chat saying DJ Nick short paid.
What did you get short at? I want to know.
The question is, DJ Nick, at what price?
Right.
Remember, he said he's not listening. He's in a meeting.
Yeah, I know. But I just want to break this down, because when DJ Nick said he would full port short, we were sitting at it was before 10 a.m. It was at around 9:50. So would he have held through that pump at 10:12? Yes or no? That's the question.
Or is it an actual position, or is he just talking shit? With DJ Nick, anything is possible.
This is true.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can show you guys this trade so you guys can actually see what I'm looking at here. It's on my trade.
Oh, now he's listening. Now he's listening.
Nah, somebody actually asked him in a chat.
Oh, okay. I was gonna ask him how the meeting's going.
Where's your stop at, Mary?
62.4675, just above the 9 EMA.
Wait.
Man, they're gonna go for me.
Wait, you're in a long or short?
I'm in a short.
Oh, okay.
They're really coming after me today.
You made too much money.
I wish that was the problem. All right, let me see. Drew, I'm going to switch my screen over so that I can show this here. Sorry.
Sorry.
Uh-oh. Got to refresh this real quick. Oh, yeah, they're coming after my stop. Really need
in particular.
Uh-oh. All right, I just got stopped out, guys. All right, I'm done for the day. That was my 2 losses in a row day. You guys know if I take 2 losses in a row, I am done.
Yep.
Let me
Well, it
refresh
sucks you
this
got
again.
stopped out of the trade, but the timing was good because I believe we're about to be joined by a guest here as soon as Drew gives us the okay that he is ready to come on board.
Yep.
Screen share.
Oh my God. That demand zone is strong, guys, on NASDAQ.
All right, well, guys, it is a little after 10:30 Eastern, which means, and it's Tuesday, which means it's Tank Tuesday. Joining us now on Tradeify TV is our trader coach, risk manager. I don't know what hat he's wearing today. Well, he's not technically wearing a hat, but he wears a lot of hats, but he works specifically with our live traders. You make it into our live trader program. You get at least a couple of free one-on-ones with Coach Tank and all the small group work that he's doing. He is, no offense to our other guests, he's been our favorite guest so far and will continue to be. So let's go ahead and bring him on. Can we get some tanks in the chat, please? Ladies and gentlemen, it is time
Who's in the
for
chat?
Coach Tank.
Tank in the chat. Good morning, Tank.
Good
Nice.
morning.
You just made the
Morning,
market, Tank.
everybody.
You
Yeah.
came on,
Morning,
there was a nice little tanking candle. There we go.
Yeah. Remember, I like to go short. That's how it works. But
Love
no, yeah, it's interesting actually. Hi, how you all doing? Hope you're well, guys. Well
We're
done again.
great.
Yes, sir.
We're always great when you come on, Tank.
It's always a trick. Yeah, sorry. Maybe I'll tank top it next week. It is. We are having a heat wave here in London.
Ooh.
Multiple casualties in Wimbledon yesterday. Wimbledon tennis tournament started yesterday, by the way.
Oh, wow.
And I'm only maybe 10 to maybe 15 minutes away from Wimbledon tennis court.
But Tank, then I do have a question. If
Tell me.
Wimbledon started yesterday, and you live 10 minutes from the court, why the hell are you not wearing white?
Mm.
Because I'm a rule breaker. I'm like Kyrgios. I like to break the rules.
So, Tank, I'm assuming since you're with us today, unfortunately, it means you lost your first round match yesterday, right?
You know what? I think they get £40,000 to lose the first round match. It's not bad, is it?
I'll do that for half that.
Get knocked out in the first round. I think it's 40 grand in the back pocket. So yeah, not too bad. Not too shabby.
Not bad. That's not a bad 3 hours work.
Not too
Yeah.
shabby at all.
Yeah.
I'll go out there and
Exactly.
lose to Alcaraz in an hour, and I'll take half that. So that's fine.
I think it takes less than an hour.
Well, I'm assuming about 30 to 40 minutes in breaks.
Right.
You know, as we switch, because
Yeah.
I'm going to milk every second of that, and
No,
I
for
see,
sure.
I see.
For sure.
I'm
But
just going to serve the ball and run
actually.
off the court.
Heat wave here in London. So 34 degrees we got to yesterday, the hottest day, first day of Wimbledon ever. So global warming's real, everyone. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but global warming's definitely a real thing.
Oh, yeah.
But it's going very well. It's nice to be back. I was abroad. Remember, I was in Sri Lanka until Sunday. So nice to be back.
Yeah, we were
Glad you are back.
when we were we didn't know you weren't going to be here next week. Somebody's just like, "Oh, Tank's in the jungle." And we
Yeah.
were like, "He's where?"
You're like, what?
Know if you were on a safari.
Yeah,
somewhere, or-
my trip. Hi everybody, hope you're well. Yeah, my trip actually ended up turning to almost 2 weddings and a funeral. It was 2 weddings and 2 funerals.
Oh my goodness!
trip ended
wow.
up. Yeah,
Quite
my
the
dad.
trip.
My dad had initially 16 uncles and aunties. So
Wow.
Oh shit, that's a lot.
they die often. So it was literally,
Wow.
literally one was in play while we were out there.
Wow.
Well,
That's
this
all
just
right.
got a little
That's all
dark,
right.
but you know,
Yeah.
here we are.
Tank's
You know
like,
what,
I'll
like-
go for the first two. After that, I gotta go to work.
yeah, pretty much. Really interesting actually morning today. It's quite quiet, but it's quite interesting. I saw you know, I just wanted to make a quick note on. I saw you mentioned you saw bearish engulfing candle. I think you spoke about it earlier, Miriam.
Yes.
Bearish engulfing. It's really interesting because we kind of spoke about this a lot when I used to do a lot of candlestick analysis a long time ago with some technical analysts, and they said that there's three things that you should be able to take away from something like a bearish engulfing candle. You can use it in three different ways. I thought it's quite interesting. One, if you saw a bearish engulfing candle, it could add weight of evidence to help you go short. I think everybody knows that. Yeah, you see a bearish engulfing candle, big sentiment shift, gap up, close below. It's an indicator that should suggest bearish and therefore may help you go short.
Right.
Now, if you were already long, and you saw a bearish engulfing, it could help you manage an already long position. So that's the second use of it. So if we're long already and you see a bearish engulfing candle, a big bearish engulfing candle like that, and it closes and you think, right, bearish sentiment, you don't need to necessarily close the position completely, but you might want to manage a current long. So you might want to take some profits, you might want to tighten up a stop, you might want to close completely if it's sort of 90% to your target or something like that. So second use is, if you see bearish engulfing, you could manage a current long position. And the third use of seeing a bearish engulfing candle, and I find this one relatively interesting because it's probably most appropriate today, is if you see a bearish engulfing candle, you could refrain from taking a long position. Yeah, so three things a bearish engulfing could do. It could add weight of evidence for going short. It could help you manage a current long, close it, trail a stop, take partial profits. Or it could add weight of evidence to suggest you should not go long. So you use it how you want, three different ways, obviously. Some people don't care for candlesticks at all. But it's quite interesting because there are a lot of people that, you know, I've been speaking to a lot of traders recently, had another session today. They just need slight refinement, a little bit of tightening up, because most of the time they're doing well, and then they get stopped out. And I think with a bit of experience, kind of like you showed today, it's not gonna piss you off, it's not gonna upset you. But a lot of traders kind of spiral after a moment like that. And you know, so we're looking at sort of, I've been talking a lot of strategies this week, last week to this week, and it's about slight little refinements, adding in one or two little protocols that might probably lead you to trading less, but maybe with a little bit more accuracy, that kind of thing. But it's really interesting because just a simple bit of candlestick analysis can help you in three different ways. It can help you get into something, it can help you manage something you're already in, or it could help you not get into something. Yeah, so these are sort of things that I think everyone should look out for. And yeah, it's just sorry. Oh yeah, no worries, Six, thank you. They were old. Okay, I don't get too upset when old people pass away. Yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, we say that, you know, if you get to 99, you've had a good innings. So
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely.
I
But
make
yeah,
it
it's really
99, I'm gonna go in my casket with my middle fingers out. So it's
Right.
yeah, absolutely, exactly right. But it's really interesting because there's something I've been spending a lot of time with, talking about strategies. There's quite a few people that have purchased strategies, and a lot of people are starting to sort of do courses. And when we had those, all right, I go on this rant now. I've just had a little chat about it. I just had a couple of notes, couple of things to talk about. You guys can focus on your trading if you want to. I know it's difficult to do this and trade, but yeah, I guess a lot of people have actually purchased trading strategies. Okay, they've purchased courses that taught trading strategies. Now, I got into trading education 7 years ago, and it's mainly because of the retail boom. Okay, retail traders, their access to markets has been fantastic, but it's also been dangerous, and a lot of people aren't sure about how to start or how to create a strategy. So they tend to purchase one. I'm sure a lot of people in this chat have purchased strategies before, and then they've tried to implement them. And I think that's where it goes wrong, because somebody could have a winning strategy. Nick could have a winning strategy. I'm sure he does have a winning strategy. Now, there's nothing to say that I can implement that strategy as perfectly as Nick, and it shouldn't necessarily work for me exactly how it works for Nick, simply because we're so different. Okay, so just because somebody has a strategy that makes them money does not necessarily mean it will make you money. Okay, I had this chat with someone just earlier today, and I used the example of, I don't know, chatting someone up at a bar. Okay, so just imagine, I don't know, the way in which Nick might go. I'm going to use, let's use Matt. The way in which Matt might approach somebody in a bar just to chat them up, talk to them, you know, and let's say he has a winning system. Okay, let's say he has a system that 80% of the time he's buying them breakfast. So that might be the way that Matt decides to do that, and it might work for Matt. Now, if I necessarily apply the exact same approach, it may not work. Okay, so just because something has an outcome doesn't mean it's going to have the same outcome if you implement it, because the majority of the difficulty in the whole situation is the implementation of, not the system and the outcome, the implementation of. So really important, guys, that if you look at systems and strategies and they work and you purchase them, we don't want to just essentially purchase them and copy them like for like. I think it's fair to take inspiration from other strategies. Yeah, it's kind of like building your own menu in your own restaurant. Yeah, you don't just completely copy another restaurant. You take inspiration from maybe a bolognese sauce in Italy. You take inspiration from something you might have seen, I don't know, in the US, or so on and so forth. You take inspiration and then you create your own recipes and your own menus. And that's something you should be doing in your strategy. Now, the reason that a lot of people don't particularly want to do that is because it takes a long time. Okay, and unfortunately, you're going to have to spend some time on building your strategy so that it essentially goes completely around your character, so that you can implement it over a long period of time. Don't try and go for the fast fix. Don't try and apply a strategy for a week, a month. It works, and all of a sudden it's not sustainable because it's not in line with your time constraints. It's not in line with your character, your risk adversity, your aims. Yeah, some people are trying to make beer money at the end of the month. Some people are trying to make mortgage payments at the end of the month through their trading. So all these things you must take into consideration. And another reason, you know, it's really important to be able to create your own strategy from scratch, because your strategy is going to fail at some point. And the reason it's going to fail is because markets change. Okay, trends change, things change. Things that might be applicable now were not applicable 3 years ago. Things that are applicable 3 years ago might be applicable in 6 years. So we have to understand the market climate. And on the back of that, we need to be able to adapt and change strategies as and when. So if you've just adopted a ready-made strategy, it's not the way. I said to this chap earlier today, you know, if you walk around London, if you walk around the city where I used to work, nobody's wearing a ready-made suit. Okay, here we are getting our suits. We're not, but the same thing is, we're not getting our suits completely made from scratch, not Vietnam style suits. We're taking suits, we're taking ready-made suits, and then we're adapting them, we're tailoring them, getting them taken in. I think every one of my suits has been taken in, maybe a sleeve slightly shortened, so on and so forth. So the idea is take something, but adapt it and make it your own. And you do that through testing. Okay, you take something, you test it, you get statistical feedback as to what works, how it works, and then you can understand. How best to implement it, because that's the real struggle for most traders, I think, is the implementation of a system. I used to use this example because I think a lot of people can relate to this. I used to race remote control cars. Okay, petrol remote control cars. I used to race them in a place in London called Crystal Palace. So in Crystal Palace, I used to race petrol remote control cars. And when it got time for me to get my own, I said to my dad, right, can you buy me my own petrol remote control car? They went fast, by the way, yeah. And he said, sure. And I got it, and a big box turned up in my living room. And I had to build it. It wasn't ready built, okay? It was piece by piece, completely, think about 3,000 pieces. And I had to build it. And very, very simply, I said to my dad, listen, old man, this wasn't a deal. I'm good at this, buy me a car. He said, no, build your car. And the
Mm.
reason he said,
I like it.
he said, yeah, and the reason he said build your, I remember having a big argument with him. I was fuming, and the reason he said build your own car, and fair play to him, he said, Asanka, you're going to crash this car at some point, no doubt. And there's a little garage by Crystal Palace where they fix it and they charge you an arm and a leg to fix your car. He said, you're going to crash it, and I want you to be able to fix your own car rather than have to pay each time to get it fixed. I said, yeah, that's fair enough. I probably will crash it. And yeah, it's good if I know how to fix it. He also said, and knowing you know, you're going to have to change your car. So we race on different circuits, okay? We race off-road, we race on this, we race on that, in the rain. You're going to have to adapt it. You're going to have to make throttle adaptations, brake adaptations, tire, everything, suspension. And he wanted me to be able to do that all myself rather than have to ask somebody to do that for me. Okay, and then the final thing he said was, Asanka, you're going to want to optimize this car. The car on the box, it says it goes 40 kilometers an hour. My car actually went 63 kilometers an hour.
Nice.
Okay, because
Wow.
I adapted it. Now, all these things were only capable, right? You know what? Listen to old people. Yeah, my dad was completely right, because all these things were only available to me, and I could only achieve them because I spent a good 6 weeks of my summer holidays building this car. Okay, I used to come home, build this car. So it's long, it's laborious, it seems like a waste of time. But what it did was it gave me longevity, because for years and years I could race that car and I could adapt it and I could fix it, and I didn't have to depend on other people, and I was successful racing. So it's the same thing with your strategy. Okay, so please, 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 guys, if you're going to look to do this, you know, I was talking to a lot of traders. I'm not doing this to try and fix your next week, next month, next quarter. I'm going to try and fix the next 8 to 10 years of your trading career. That's the plan here, 8 to 10 years. And if you want to be successful for 8 to 10 years and you want to have longevity in markets, you're going to have to put the hard yards in now. So please, please understand that it's a bit time consuming, but you're setting up a foundation, a deep, deep foundation now, so that you can build levels and levels on top, and it's a lot easier that way. So markets change, we have to adapt, simple as that. Our lifestyle changes. Okay, I know people that have gone from full-time traders, full-time trading floor, full-time nightclub, to all of a sudden 3 kids. Okay, not all of a sudden, had to do a bit of exercise in between that, but 3 kids. And then, you know, life changes. And so we have to be able to adapt. And really, you only have adaptability if you've made it yourself from scratch, and you understand why every single component is there, what it does for you, what it doesn't do for you. Can that be swapped out for this? Can we switch an RSI for a different momentum indicator? If I'm going to lose confirmation from candlesticks, can I obtain confirmation from maybe a moving average? All these kind of things, we can only make those calls if we knew why they were there in the first place and the relevance of them. Okay, so please, please, please take some time, team. It's really important. Only an insecure trader trade would trash another. Yeah, that's it. Exactly. Trade what works for you. Okay, this is a brilliant thing, guys. Trading's brilliant because there are so many ways to be successful at this. Okay, and it's a pain in the ass because it means there's not one perfect system, but it's brilliant because it means that everyone from every walk of life, or every different time constraint, every different skill set can still be profitable, as long as you have certain rules, you have risk parameters, you stick to them, you're consistent, and you do some back testing and research. So please understand that. And I guess something that I was going to do for you guys today, apart from that little intro, was
I have something. I have something, Tank. I gotta address you, because I told everyone that I would not take another trade, and I did. So I broke my rules in my 2 losses, no trade after, but I did see this trade, and I saw the trade coming in, and I just had to take it. So I did take it, and I did get a nice win out of it. So I am positive on the day, but I broke my rule. I broke my rule for the day. So
yeah,
how would you coach me on that?
Yeah, it's interesting because on paper, numbers wise, P&L, it's good, but in terms of trading judgment, it's technically bad trading. I think the way we're going to try and judge ourselves isn't solely by P&L, because if it's solely by P&L, it's easy to break rules because that becomes the main focus. So for me, it's process, because I think if you look at the flip side here, the flip side would be if you stuck to your rules and your perfect setup and you lost money, you shouldn't be upset about that. Okay, you should not be upset if you played out your rules perfectly, you placed the trade as you should have, and you got stopped out. Now, if you broke a rule and got stopped out, you're going to be upset, you're going to be annoyed because it wasn't the market, it was you. So I think if we can consistently stick to our rules, even when it goes against us, we'll be happy. And then if we break our rules, and so if we stick to our rules and it goes on side, we'll be happy. But the worst thing is if you start to move, because I know if you had taken that extra trade and it had stopped you out, I don't know, maybe there'd only be 2 hosts on air today, I'm not sure. But you know, it's a risky game, really. I mean, I would say, for me, you know, I've been talking to some students about journaling, not students, sorry, clients, about traders, about journaling. And I think that's something you should do a lot, because what you did today was technically naughty. And you might see it as P&L good, but over the long run, I don't think that's a good idea, because if you had lost that again, it might derail you, and then you might have done something even dirtier behind the scenes. So I think write it out, really, really important you write it out. And what you've just done now, you know, you held yourself accountable, which I think is a good thing. Now, the question is, if you had done that and it had stopped you out, would you have so calmly just explained the situation? Maybe not. You would have been a little bit more annoyed about that situation, and it would have affected your day. It would have affected so on and so forth. So I think my tip is, if you stick to your rules and you don't make money, it shouldn't make you angry or upset. But if you break your rules and you make money, that's somewhat happy. But if you break your rules and you lose money, it's a much worse feeling. Okay, so yeah, it's been proven that basically the emotions evoked by loss are 2.5 times greater than those by gain. I.e., if I gave you a new iPhone, you'd be happy. If I took away your phone, sorry, not iPhone, whatever phone. If I took away your phone, you'd be 2.5 times sadder. So that's generally how it works. So by breaking your rules, you're running the risk of, making money outside of your rules, but you're also running the risk of losing money outside of your rules. And those aren't even. Maybe on paper it's a plus $50, minus $50, but emotionally, breaking your rules and losing is 2.5 times worse than breaking your rules and winning. So the emotional aspect that goes into what you did, you know, you get plus 10 points happiness for the win, but if you had lost, it would have been a minus 25 points happiness. So that would have a knock-on effect onto the rest of your trading. It would have a knock-on effect onto your day. It might have a knock-on effect to tomorrow. Revenge trading starts to come in, going bigger starts to come in, these kind of things. So go on.
Yeah. No, so I'm hearing myself, because I'm hearing myself trying to justify it as you're talking. And it's funny because, like, I would be telling someone the same thing that you're basically preaching if they told me the same thing, right? Why did you break your rules? Why even have rules if you're going to break them? And to me, you know, I found myself trying to justify it like, oh, well, I only had, like, you know, a 10-point stop, so I was going to be okay with the third risk. But the more, you know, and these are things that we always talk about, right? Like, I always talk about, no one's perfect, right? I've been trading for over 5 years, and there's still days where I have my moments, right? And not to say that, you know, I'm justified in that, but, you know, for me, I'm thinking about this and I'm like, oh, well, I was only going to risk 10 points and I was going to be done. And yes, there is truth to that, but I think, to your point, Coach Tank, like, you know, over time you start to kind of create these justifications and these habits, and, you know, it's not, I think I've said before, like, you can make a good trade, right, and lose money, and you can have a bad trade and make money. And in this case, yes, it was a bad call, even though now I am break even on, or not break even, I am green on the day, but at what cost? And I think that that's kind of the justification here. And of course, yeah, now I'm completely closing my charts, but
Yeah.
you know, as humans, like we still, I think a lot of people think, oh, we're just solid in all of our trades and we're always getting it right. And no, I'm very much at fault for that. You know, there's some days where I do overtrade. There's some days where I do go on tilt, and it's not, you know, to say the extent that I used to go in, but yeah, I did find myself trying to justify that a little bit as you were speaking, and realizing like, nope, that was not a good trade, even though I made money. That was not a good trade. I should do 20 push-ups, someone said.
This is it. 20 push-ups. I mean, fines. I think that was something that we used to have on a trading floor all the time. Was if somebody sort of deviated, whether they made money or not, they were getting fined. So within the team. So I think the best thing you can do there is increase the accountability of your actions by talking about it. And it's okay for someone to sort of just be like, Miriam, that's not cool. I mean, because sometimes, like you said, we start to make justifications. We start to sort of move the goalpost a little bit, because it's natural, because we're in charge. And that's why having, you know, risk managers, and that's why having some sort of someone to account to will improve that happening. Because like I said to a guy today, I said to him, you know, if somebody does well, if somebody trades well, and good trading is sticking to your plan, sticking to your strategy, I'll commend them. If somebody deviates, I don't want to say it now on air, but I'd call a dick, no matter what happened. And you know, the only way that we can do that is if we talk about it. And I think that's the best thing of what you just did. And I think over time, I think it will happen, you know, that's it's tricky for you because, you know, you're on it. Did that happen on air today? Is that what happened just now? That final one you took, was that your one you shouldn't have taken? Yeah, it's very difficult for you guys. I mean, you're not in a position where it's a difficult position to sort of say, you know what, I'm not getting in this. I'm just going to sit it out. I mean, I'm just seeing what the market's doing now. It's falling off a little bit there, isn't it? So it's tempting to just jump in, but I think, you know, you've got to stand by. We spoke about this the other day when we spoke about, you know, trading on a Monday and feeling the need to take a trade. But I'd feel, would you have done it? Were you more likely to have done it outside of this environment, do you think, if you were just at home, or do you think this environment may have also pushed it a little bit?
Yeah, it's hard to say because we were asked this question a lot. You know, how has being on the stream changed the way that you trade? And you know, it is definitely an adjustment for me. I can't say that I would necessarily have taken this particular trade. I think I would have been I am a very aggressive trader. I'm a very aggressive trader, and I think being on the stream has kind of pushed me away from being so aggressive. I still have my aggressive tendencies, as you guys have seen, but you know, it's for me, I probably would have already made my trade, right? I probably would have already gotten out and been done for the day, or maybe not, right? But you know, I think another thing to say is like, you know, the two stop rule for me, the two losses and I'm done rule was really like a beginning, like way back in the beginning when I first started, because that's something I really struggled with. And again, I'm hearing myself trying to justify this again, but you know, in terms of that was a really big thing for me. I really struggled with like stopping and being done. And I kind of stuck with that rule. It has helped me a lot. Not to say that I've never broken that rule. Of course I've broken it, but I mean, just as I did today. But you know, for me, I used that rule because it really helped me not overtrade, right? And it really helped me like keep my risk really minimal. And to, again, not trying to justify it, but if I did take that loss, my risk would have been very minimal. But at the same time, I know myself now as a trader to know like, all right, that two loss rule it was there from the beginning because it did help me, you know, become better at my trades. And not to say that I don't veer off or break it like every once in a while, but it has reminded me like, hey, you need to be done. And especially on a day, if I'm down heavily and I took 2 losses, I look at that and I'm like, yeah, no, we're not doing this. Like I completely close out the charts. So it is definitely, you know, it's a rule there for a reason, but you know, I'm seeing some of the comments and people saying, well, that's kind of lame. Like you're kind of missing out on a big day, or, you know, more market hours. And you're right. There are some days where I have that rule set in place and I don't look back and the market does exactly what I needed it to do. And it hurts inside. But, you know, again, I think, I think it's important to know yourself as a trader and understand like when you're really going to go off tilt.
Yeah, so that's exactly it, because some people have a very arbitrary value as to why they stop trading. So, I've been talking to a lot of traders about their live accounts and, the sort of drawdown that they have available and for the day. And a lot of them exercise that whole drawdown, which I don't think is a good idea. So we're looking at curbing it, and let's just say as a percentage, okay? So let's say as a percentage, you allowed yourself 5% drawdown for the day. Just say as an example, it's quite a lot in general. Institutionally, would never go that much, but let's say 5% drawdown for the day. Now, if you had 2 trades where you lost, and they were both at 2.5%, and you lost 2.5, 2.5, numerically, you're out the game. Yeah, so that's got nothing to do with your emotions or anything. You're 2.5% down, 2.5% down. That's 5% done. That's your daily allowance. So some people have an arbitrary number like that. Some people will say, I have 5% for the day, but I only take maximum 1% per trade. So they say, okay, so lost the first trade, -1. Lost the second trade, -2. Lost the third trade, -3. Now, they still technically have 2% more to play with. But because they had the 1, 2, 3 losses in a row, emotionally, they know themselves, they're no longer trading objectively. So they will then say, I'm out the game. Okay, so it's kind of up to you in that sense as to whether your two loss limit for the day is based numerically or if it's based emotionally. Like either of those are okay as long as you're consistent with it. Because if you had 5% for the day and you lost 1% in your first trade and 1% in your second trade, I would suggest you took a third trade. Okay, I agree in that sense that you shouldn't tap out if you had 3% allocation still on the table. That would be a shame to tap out. Now, if your head is so far gone, or let's say you're not going to trade objectively, or you're more prone to making rules or maybe risking more in your next trade to win those back, then absolutely remove yourself from the situation. So it's a very personal subject, this, and it's based purely around, if you think you can remain objective, take the numerical route. If quite simply back-to-back losses or 3 losses in a row is going to mess with you, tap out. Yeah, a lot of people do that on a daily scale. So if they lost Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they didn't get involved Thursday, Friday because they just knew, or they took a day off, 1 day break, little cooling off period. So for you, Miriam, I mean, you're happy to discuss this obviously in front of everyone. It's fine to have this chat. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important for people to see that side.
No, of course it is. Yeah. So in that sense, let's take you for example, the 2 losses you had, was that your daily risk gone, or was it purely the number of losses consecutively that makes you stop?
Yeah, it's interesting because I do look at the risk. I do look at the trade and the risk, and I was, I took probably a total of $500 loss on that, both those 2 trades, which for me is manageable. I think anything above like 700 or even close to 1,000, that's what would be like, all right, we're done here. So that second trade, or that third trade that I took, was purely based off of the P&L, of the fact that, I saw a really good setup, something potentially that could even bring me to break even. I wasn't even really looking for a certain like price point necessarily in terms of what I wanted to make. I was looking purely based off what I could potentially lose. And that would have been at that 700 area. That would have been my max loss. So for me, I look at, all right, is the potential here bigger than the loss? And it was, right? I got, about 40 plus points out of that trade. So it worked out in my favor, yes. But yeah, that is something I look at in terms of my risk. Where am I sitting in my risk tolerance? Am I upwards of that 1,000? Then I'm like, you know what? It's not worth it. I'm gonna sit it out. But that's going after like 1 trade as well. So seeing that I was within that risk tolerance kind of gave me that extra justification to just go ahead and take it. Which again, it worked out in my favor. But yeah.
So I think something that I took from there was the whole target of break even. It's an emotional target. It's not a analytical target. It's not a a calculated target. It's an emotional target, the break even. A lot of people do that. They'll take a position or they'll take a trade. I mean, it's the whole moving a stop to break even as well. I can understand there's a bit of system and a bit of risk parameter management system there as well, putting it to making it a no loss trade, putting it to break even. But in terms of your day, targeting a break even day and placing a trade because the numbers allowed you to go further down to that. I mean, you wouldn't do that as your first trade of the day, I'm guessing. So you don't particularly have the right to do that as your last trade of the day. It's kind of like you know, staying consistent for this one, that one, and then you got a bit left and go, nah, yeah, fuck it, I'll put that on as well. You know, a lot of people do it. Okay, they just put a little bit of the final amount of risk for the day, put it on, see what happens. But like I said, on a day like this, when it worked out for you, you might get plus 10 happy points. Equally, if it didn't work out for you, you'll get minus 25 sad points. So financially, it would be the same. But the idea is, emotionally, it wouldn't be wise unless something was perfectly in line with your system. So I think, you know, this 2 losses and out thing, maybe you're beyond the requirement of that, Miriam. I think maybe you have the ability to actually, you know, still trade objectively after your second loss. So you're the sort of person I would have imagined that you can have a numerical loss for your day. So let's say it was a negative $1,000 for your day. I think you should be allowed to lose $200, lose $200, lose $200, still trade, lose $200, lose $200 up to 1,000. Yeah. So I think that should be fine, because I still think that you will trade objectively, because I think what you then run the risk of doing is then losing, and then not really applying yourself for the third trade, just kind of going, fuck it, it's the risk of the risk, let's put it on, let's go. Yeah. So you actually trade less objectively when you put that system in place. So I think it's something that you probably have the ability to objectively lose once, twice, thrice, and then the fourth trade still be perfectly in line with your system because you're within your numerical drawdown.
That's a really good point. And that's, you know, it's the same way that I trade, how you just described it right now. You know, I had that rule set in place for a reason in the beginning, and I kind of just stuck with it. But there are times where I have broken it for this reason, and for the most part, it has worked out for me. You know, I'm not, I don't usually go on tilt, you know, or get trigger happy too often. But, you know, for sometimes it's, you know, I've gotten to the point where I realize, like, the trade that you take today is going to justify what you take the next day, and you just have to be aware of that. But
that's the thing. I mean, like you said, something you implemented earlier, but now you may not need it. It might be a stabilizer on a bicycle that you had when you started, and now you're in the position whereby, hang on, back yourself to be objective and use that risk wisely rather than use it kind of flippantly because it's the rest of what you have. I think you're probably, you know, in a position. Markets are moving.
Yeah, I know, they're going.
Tank is on. Market is tanking.
There we go. God, I love shorting. Look at the angle as well.
Over 200 point drop just in a little bit here, guys.
Any news that came out while Tank was coaching me?
Nothing.
I took a little short there too. I just didn't want to interrupt you guys because the lesson was too good.
Nice.
Oh, brilliant. There you go. And that's it. I mean, you know, I trade. Okay, I was one of the students yesterday asked me if I could go through my strategy on Tradeify TV. I'll do it. Okay, so I think next week. Yes. Next week we'll go through. It's very simple. Okay, I'm the sort of person that believes the fewer the moving parts, the less likely something can go wrong. Okay, I'm the sort of person that likes a really, really old school Mini Cooper car because you can take that engine apart and rebuild it. You know, open up a Tesla and we're all fucked. So I think the idea is it's going to be very simple the way I do things, and I'm the sort of person that believes that if you did simple processes well, you get the best out of yourself. So kind of like Italian cooking, very simple, few ingredients, do them well, make sure they're good, and I'll go through it next week. So I'm on. I think I'm going to be on every Tuesday, Thursday now. I'm going to be doing like a little insight into my group sessions, because I'm going to start some group sessions now with the live traders. They're going to be mixture of technical macros, understanding what's been happening fundamentally, and talking about the Fed. It's interesting. I heard you talking about the Fed, Matt. That's perfect because the global head of equity strategy at Citibank was on Bloomberg, and he's an equity strategist, and he was focusing solely on the economics and the US Fed and inflation and cuts and jobs. Okay, so it's really, really relevant to us because what that impacts is the dollar and what's going to happen to the dollar, the strength of the dollar, the weakening of the dollar, which then has a knock-on effect in the equity space. So it is important, guys, and that's something we're going to talk about as well. It's important that you do take into account what central banks are saying, what the US Fed specifically are saying, because that will affect the overall structure. And I mean, look at that break of that level, that line, for instance. You've got a double top. That's Nick's screen, isn't it?
That's my screen. Yeah.
Markets popped up, little double top, the little McDonald's M, and then almost simultaneously as it broke the middle, the neckline, it broke the bullish trend line. You got the bearish break of that moving average. I can't see what number it is. Is it 100?
Which one?
Your moving average?
I got 200. The yellow one is 50.
So 50. So it broke your 50, broke the neckline of the double top. It broke your trend line. Three technical sets. And I know if you put a momentum indicator on there, if you start something like an RSI up or something, those two tops, you'll be seeing bearish divergence. There'll be so many things that have just tick, tick, tick. So even in volatile markets where a lot of moves are on the back of fundamentals or macros, you can increase your confirmation by with a few things, and if you don't have one thing, you can have another thing, so on and so forth. But it's really important not to jump into things. Okay, I don't like the idea of catching a falling ice, of chasing a market. Have a level, put an order in. The best way to stay objective, in my opinion, is an order rather than manually entering. And you just kind of wait and see, and let the market walk through the door rather than chasing it. That's the sort of. It's quite funny because I had this conversation, and my other half, I'll be honest with you, my wife, she asked me, she said, so when you used to go out, Asanka, she overheard a conversation I was having. She said, so did you never go and chat up girls? Did you never go and chat to girls in bars? Did you
How
not
dare
ever?
you?
Did you not ever? No, before we met, obviously. She wasn't
No,
sure. She was like, so did you not used to go and actively go up to girls? And I said, no. I used to just kind of dance in the middle of the dance floor by myself and wait for them to come to me because I'm not into cold calling, and I know if someone comes to you, there's interest. Okay. You get a much better hit rate. And
Not
so
into
it's kind
cold
of
calling. I'm going to use that.
yeah, it's kind of the same as setting up your order. So you set up your order and you kind of say, right, if the market falls into this bracket, if the market walks through this door and essentially triggers my entry, then there's a high probability of this, this, and this. So I'm not chasing it. I'm letting the market come to me in a situation that improves the probability of outcome. And yeah, well, my missus overheard that conversation, so I explained to her that's exactly how I used to do it there. That's how I do it trading wise, is look for your indicators, look for everything, place your order, see how it goes. Now that's a little bit into how I do that. I'll do that next week, probably. Let's say Tuesday. Yeah, so Tuesday next week when I come on, I'll do a little session as to how I set up and how I look for things. I mean,
nice.
You guys are on the market. You guys are on the equities a lot. Do you go through gold much on this?
Usually we start and end the show looking at gold and oil as well.
Oh, okay, fine. Cool. I mean, so there's many things. I was just trying to think what examples I can use, what charts I can use to go through it, you guys. But yeah, we'll go through that on Tuesday for sure, how I set things up. I did plan, however, to go through something to do with time frame analysis today. I still could. Okay, I'm going to do it relatively quickly if that's all right. But
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I kind of hijacked that one with my rule breaking.
No, it's important because I think it's important, Miriam, to talk about it when it's relevant as well, rather than in hindsight or the other day. It's right. Because if you discuss an event kind of as soon as it happens, it helps you. I personally think it helps you deal with it more rather than just talking about it when you're all cool and calm and collected and you kind of go, yeah, I did that silly thing, but I won't do it again because I'm cool, calm, and collected now. And you sort of spoke about it in the moment, which I think, it's good to talk about things when they're raw sometimes as well, right, rather than in hindsight. So, no, happy to do that. It's really important. And I think let's try and share a screen. Let's see if I can do this. God, I feel like my father when I'm on this. Sort of like,
Your father must be a cool guy.
no, he's just, oh God. All right, cool. So, share a screen. Entire screen, this fellow. Hopefully, this screen can come up. It looks very simple, but there's a little bit to it. It looks very simple, but there is a little bit to it. Beautiful. Now, a question that I was asked probably over the past 10 years, more often than anything, was, what chart should I analyze on? Okay, what chart should I analyze on? It's really, really interesting because a lot of people aren't really sure of the process that you need to follow in order to answer that question. Now, I could say the daily chart. Okay, the most technically analyzed charts, by the way, if anybody wants to know, the most technically analyzed charts with the most amount of technical indicators or technical analysis applied is the daily chart. And then the second most technically analyzed chart is the 1 hour charts. Okay, just to let you know. So I'm often asked, what should I go on? Should I go on the daily chart? Should I go on this chart? So on and so forth. And it's a really, really interesting question because the answer is you need to first understand how long you want to be in the market for. And the reason being is that if you want to be in the market for a very short amount of time, the analysis that you do needs to be applicable to that duration. If you're going to be in the market for a long amount of time, the analysis you do should be applicable to that duration. It's because if you take the example of a professional runner, let's say, I don't know, Miriam, let's say you are from the US, aren't you? Of course you are. Okay. Let's say you wanted to run, you wanted to become a US runner, okay? A US Olympic runner. If you went to a coach and you said to an Olympic coach or US athletics, I would like to be a US Olympic runner, please. Give me a training regime. Yeah. What do you think their first question would be to you? Or what would they do?
Probably try to get an understanding of my current experience first.
Yeah, and also find out maybe what kind of runner you want to be. Because there's a big difference to the training regime and the workout and everything from to be a 100-meter sprinter and to be a 10-kilometer distance runner. Okay, you're not going to have the same training, the same food, the same everything. Everything's going to be so different based on the distance, and that's the same for trade durations and trading horizons. So if you wanted to work out how long you should analyze something for, the first thing you need to do is understand your intended trade duration. Okay, and the reason for this is because some people, like I spoke about last week, they want to take 20 trades a day. So naturally, your trade duration is going to be short. Some people I know like to take 2 trades a week. So they're going to have slightly longer term trading durations. So it's important to understand realistically how long you want to hold a position for. Okay, whether it's a 10-minute job, whether it's a 5-minute job, so on and so forth. Okay. After that, once we've worked out how long you want to hold something for, we then need to work out what the ideal execution time frame is. I knew somebody that came to me, and this is live money. She had lost about £110,000 live of her own money, and she'd traded for 6 months. And she came to where I used to work, and she said, "I'm an intraday trader." I said, "Okay, show me what you do." So as an intraday trader, obviously that means you enter and exit within a day.
Right.
She was opening her charts on the daily chart and opening and closing her chart on a daily candle.
Yikes.
Yeah, I tried not to do that in front of her, but that was exactly. And she'd been here for 6 months. £110,000 she'd lost, and she thought that intraday meant you put the charts on the daily charts on the daily candles, and you trade within that candlestick.
Wow.
She did it for 6 months. Okay, so it's really interesting because a lot of people don't really understand exactly the sort of process you have to go through. So you then find out how long you want to hold something for, and then you find out your execution time frame, okay? Because it needs to be relevant. Because if I'm going to hold something for, if I want to hold something for, let's say, 1 to 2 hours, you ideally want to get a cluster of candles that are going to show you a clear move. We're not trying to target one candle. We're not trying to target 1,000 candles. We're trying to target a decent batch of candles. If we're going long, that maybe show us a couple of higher highs and higher lows. If we're going short, show us a couple of lower lows and lower highs. So it's very, very important that you understand we're not going to try and take 500 candles, and we're not trying to take 2 candles. We're not trying to get the job done in 2 candles. It's not really trading. So you need to make sure that all of these things are in line. So once you've worked out your intended trade duration, how long you want to be in the market for, you work out, right, what execution time frame should I be on that yields a good amount of candles in terms of higher highs and higher lows. And then you can work out what time frame is relevant to analyze upon. Okay, what is your relevant analysis time frames? So analysis time frames. Okay, so I haven't got very long, but it's really important that we understand this. So example I think I'd probably do with you guys would be essentially a shorter time frame. And the things that go into your time frame, your intended trade duration, we must understand the things that go into this are time constraints. Okay, some people have many days, many hours to spend in front of a chart. Some people don't have many at all. Okay, so you've got to understand what your actual time constraints are. I know some people that can execute 100 10-minute trades in a day. Okay, multiple trades. Psychologically, that's very difficult for me. I don't like to have more than 2 positions on at any one time. Some people are happy having 15 positions on at one time. So that's more just a psychological thing. So of course you need to take into consideration your own psychology. Right, so that's going to determine your intended trade duration. The current market climate, I used to execute trades in 4-hour charts, sometimes 1-hour charts. I used to hold them for days. Okay, when Brexit happened, when Trump happened, markets started to turn quicker than normal. Okay, so you couldn't take 400 points. You had to sort of take shorter, and market would turn in that time frame because something will come out from the Bank of England, something will come out from UK government, something will come out from Trump. So I realized I had to shorten everything up in order to get to my target. And the way I had to do that essentially was reduce my trade duration. Yeah, so if I'm in and out within 2 hours max, it's less likely that something fundamental or macro might come out that turns market sentiment. So again, you kind of have to have a look at the market climate. Okay, that's something that's very, very relevant at the moment. Okay, a lot of people are struggling at the moment. They're seeing big moves. They're thinking there's lots of money to be had, but there's also many, many ways to basically get shafted. So the current market climate is going to determine sometimes how long you're happy to be in something for. Think about the asset. Okay, think about the asset that you're trading. You know, I did a lesson. I hosted about 200 of China's richest school kids. Okay, it's a pretty cool session in London. 200 of China's richest school kids, and by school kids they were 17. Okay, 16, 17. We did a 1-hour power hour trading competition. Okay, so 1 hour they had to trade, and they could place as many trades as they wanted. 1 hour. Okay, 1 hour. So everyone was on the 1-minute charts. Okay, which is fine. And we said trade whatever you want. Now a lot of them struggled to place a single trade because of the commissions and the spreads. Because on 1-minute charts, what asset do you think super rich Chinese students wanted to trade?
Were they all NASDAQ junkies?
So you'd say NASDAQ. So super rich, it could be anything basically, anything tradable, remember? Anything tradable. What do you think these super rich Chinese kids wanted to trade? What? No. And they couldn't do it because it was 1-minute charts. They didn't have the liquidity. They didn't have the spreads were too large.
Some people are saying gold.
No, it was Burberry and Louis Vuitton.
Oh my God.
Okay, so they all put up Burberry. I couldn't make this up, guys. They all put up Burberry and Louis V charts, and the spreads on a 1 minute chart were so wide they were off the chart, so off the screen. So the bid and the ask prices were so wide on a 1 minute, you couldn't do it. You couldn't trade Burberry on a 1 minute chart. You couldn't trade Louis V in a 1 minute chart. So they didn't understand that certain assets require different trade durations. Okay, and execution timeframes and different types of analysis. So of course, if you're going to try and trade Burberry, we're looking mid to long term on a Burberry chart rather than power one out. So generally, you have to look at the asset you're trading. Okay, so a lot of us, I learned on Forex. Okay, Forex is by far the most liquid of markets. More liquidity more money turned over in the Forex market than all the other markets combined. By the way. I'll go into why that is, but yeah, it's just about volatility and obviously the demand for Forex transactions in the world. But so much liquidity in the Forex market, so much price availability that we can be on the ticks and we can be trading Forex. Yeah. So you got to look at the asset that you're trading for sure. Think about also now your skill sets and your preference. Are you technical? Are you fundamental? One of my best friends was a Bank of England economist. Okay, he was he was a junior, but now he's a senior, but he was a Bank of England economist. He knew where shit was going to be in 6 months' time. Okay, he knew where stuff was going to be in 18 months' time. He was an economist. Okay, now I came from a scientific background, as you know, theoretical physics. I like the charts a bit more. I like to see what was happening on a technical level. So obviously my setups and my analysis was more conducive to shorter term, because I was looking level to level, break of this, we go from here, we should then get to here. So, of course, my skill set and my preference determines my trade duration. Basically, we're trying to align everything here. I use the phrase often, pissing into the wind. You want everything, you want to see confluence throughout your skill sets and put that into your strategy so that everything you're doing is in line with what you're good at and what you like to do. So take into account your skill set, your personal skill set. Do you like to read? Some of my friends read articles after articles. They read so many articles in a day because they actually enjoy it. And it gives them a larger macro outlook, which is fine. Whereas I'd rather look at a chart and gain as much as I can from a chart. Of course, I do fundamental and macro research, but usually for me, that's rather than to find out where there's opportunity to get in the market. It's for me to understand moments where I definitely do not want to be in the market. That's why I do a lot of my macro research. So skill set preference, really, really important. And then finally, I think also intended returns. Okay, it is something that intended returns, because some people like to have a high turnover and they want to get returns by the end of the week. They want to get returns by the end of the month. Some people are happy to leave a position for 3 months and then realize those returns at the end of the quarter, essentially. Some people need those returns on a weekly, monthly basis to withdraw. So you've got to look at your intended returns and what it is you're trying to set out to do. And all of these things will go into your intended trade duration. They are the things that you have to talk about, understand, write down, be realistic. Yeah, don't do it because this person's doing it. Don't do it because he's doing it, because she's doing it. Really, really do it because it's in line with what you're trying to achieve personally. Yeah, and it's absolutely fine for it to be completely different from somebody else. And just an example here then, because we're running out of time. If I had a trade duration, an ideal trade duration, let's just say between 1 to 2 hours. Okay, if I wanted to hold a trade for roughly an hour, okay, I'm not going to enter the trade. I'm not going to enter the market on a 15-minute candlestick, because 1 hour, that will be 4 candles. We're not going to get our higher highs and higher lows in 4 candles. I'm not going to do it on a 1-minute candlestick, because 1 hour would suggest 60 candles, and that's quite a lot of candles to target 60 candles. So realistically, something like a 5-minute time frame for execution would work quite well if I intend to be in and out within about an hour to 2 hours max. Okay, so this is how we're kind of reverse engineering everything rather than just pinning the tail on the donkey, taking everything into consideration. Now, analysis-wise, I'm going to work from top down, because that's the sort of way we were always taught, was top-down analysis. So you don't start in this little world, you start with the bigger picture and then you focus down. And that's what top-down analysis technically is. Because if you just look at this little world now, you might miss things on a larger scale. So it's important we start from the top, make sure our coast is clear, everything's accounted for into our time frames now. So if we start with the time frame that we are going to, the smallest time frame that we're going to do analysis on, it's always going to be your execution time frame. Okay, so you really ought to analyze on the time frame in which you want to enter a market. If you analyze on a 5 minute, slip down to execute into the 1, that 5 minute analysis is almost redundant because the 1 minute's painting a completely different picture. Yeah, there's a big difference between a 1 minute candle and a 5 minute candle. The amount of volume, the amount of the volume that essentially takes to create a 1 minute candle is essentially a fifth of a 5 minute candle. Yeah, so you can't really compare the two. You can't use 5 minute analysis and then jump in on the 1. It's not ideal. So if we said something like 5 minute, now guys, just remember, please, whatever I'm saying here, this is not set in stone. This is just framework. Okay, we just create framework and people can make little changes here and there. Some people can say, no, I don't particularly like that as anchor, coach tank. I'm going to go this way with that, but I understand. So it's just a framework. So before we analyze our 5 minute, which is our execution time frame, we need to analyze ideally in a time frame larger than that. Okay, so before the execution time frame, what would then be the time frame above that? Can you think? I'll give you some options. A 10-minute chart, a 10-minute chart, a 15-minute chart, or an hour chart. What do you think? Anybody want to type it in? Would I go 10 minute to 5 minute, or 15 minute to 5 minute, or 1 hour to 5 minute? What do you think? What do we think? No. Well, I'll answer it. I'll go 15. Okay, I'll go 15. Why would it not be worth analyzing on a 10-minute chart as well as a 5-minute chart? I don't know, Miriam, you could answer that, I suppose.
Too close in proximity.
Too close, yeah, too close. The levels that you have in a 10-minute will also be the levels that you have on the 5-minute, usually. Yeah, so they're too close. And the reason you won't go straight from 1 hour down to 5 minute is you're going to be missing data. Too big a gap. Okay, too big a gap from 1 hour down to 5 minute. There's too much space there and too much market movement that we haven't analyzed. So you need something that's relatively, we say generally relatively 3 to 4 times difference. Okay, that's the idea here. So if we did 15-minute candle is 3 times of a 5. Happy, we've kind of encapsulated that. Before we get to a 15-minute, we want to do our analysis on an hourly chart. Yep, second most analyzed time frame, hourly charts. So basically, we've now worked out that the first chart I should open, okay, the first chart I should open to do my analysis on is the 1 hour chart. I do my support resistance, whatever it might be, my momentum analysis, whatever you fancy. Because remember, guys, the indicators you apply on one time frame might not be relevant on another time frame. Okay, so I might apply trends and trend lines on the 15-minute chart, but I might only apply support and resistance levels on the 1 hour chart. Yeah, maybe I don't give a shit about the trend from the hourly chart because it's looking at a daily trend, which I don't care about. So, because I'm only in it for 1 to 2 hours. So what the indicators you apply are going to be different for different time frames. So again, it's another variable that we have to work out. And the way I say work out, whenever I say work out, guys, it's testing, it's back testing, it's creating data. That's what work out means. Yeah, you can back test and you can work something out. You can test it in play and make notes, but working out means testing. And finally, there might be one time frame that you may have to go for. So let's say we're at a multi-week or multi-month high, multi-month low, whatever it might be. I used to trade a lot of dollar yen, so we were often breaking really big levels that we hadn't been to in a long time. You maybe then go into something like the 4 hour chart. Okay, we might start at the 4 hour chart if we've got nothing in the hour. So this is our top down. Okay, ideally 3 time frames for analysis, just cover all bases. And this is the answer to the question, what time frame should I analyze on? Okay, we have to work back. We have to reverse engineer all the way from realistically, what are you trying to achieve based on all of these factors on the bottom left? work out how long you want to be in the market for. And this shouldn't be on a slide rule, guys. You shouldn't be allowed to be in, you shouldn't set up, you don't have a setup that should work for a 35-minute trade as well as a 8-hour trade. Okay, that's just not the way. It's essentially like having a body type and saying, I want to run the 100 meters, but I also think I'm a pretty good 5K runner. It's not the case. Okay, the idea is we want to be really, really specific to our field. Identify your field, identify what it is you want to do, what you're good at based on a multitude of factors I've written down there. Work out your best time frame, your trading duration, and from there, do the analysis applicable. Yes, do the training applicable essentially to get the best outcome in that. I mean, the last column, I've left a column free here, and that quite simply is when you're in a position, okay, because a lot of people ask this as well, when I'm in a position, what time frame should I be in to manage the trade? Okay, because you know, a lot of people are into trailing stop losses, a lot of people are into taking partial profits, so maybe moving a target to see if they can go a little bit further. That's absolutely fine. We tend to say trade management should be applied in the time frame in which you executed. Okay, so so if I entered on a 5-minute chart and I'm looking at 5-minute candles, I realistically should trail my stop loss on 5-minute swings. Okay, now you have the opportunity to go into a smaller time frame. Okay, now what this will do is by going into a smaller time frame will allow you to get closer to the current price. Yep, so you can get tighter, you can get right off its bottom, get tighter to the current price, but it increases the risk of being stopped out, because on a 1-minute chart, a simple pullback can stop me out before continuing to target. Yeah, but you can follow it tighter. So there are pros and cons. So some people might say we're going to go 5-minute trailing stop on the 5-minute swings until we get to maybe 80% to target. Once we get to 80% to target, we get right up its arse on a 1-minute chart. We run the risk of a pullback stopping us out, but if it keeps going, we get tighter, lock it in, so on and so forth. Okay, now this is just, like I said, this is just an example, guys. Okay, this is something that, you know, a framework by which we, you know, we're looking to work off. I mean, I'm going to very quickly put in essentially the same sort of thing for an intra-week. Okay, intra-week, people are intraday, intra-session, intraday, so morning session, afternoon session, so intra-session, intraday, we're talking 8 to 12 hour holds. Okay, a lot of traders will close things off at the end of the day because they don't want overnight risk. Okay, so a lot of people close things at the end of the day. A lot of people close things at the end of the week because they don't want weekend risk. Okay, that's completely up to you. There's nothing really so much as end of the month because there's no real end of the month risk, but generally it's overnight and over the weekend risk. So you've got intra sessions, intradays, intra weeks. So if I just put an intra week in here very quickly, essentially we're looking for a 2-day hold. Anything from this could be anything from 2-day to 4-day. What this means is this just encapsulates traders that are targeting maybe 48-hour hold, maybe a 72-hour hold, something like that. Of course, we're not going to execute in the 5-minute chart. That'd be way too many candles. So realistically, to do something like this, you're looking at a 1-hour execution. So on a 1-hour chart, we're going to be looking for 2 days. That's about 48 candles. That's punchy, but 48 candles is okay. I'm talking Forex here where everything goes overnight, so the candles are a few more. It's obviously a lot less on the equity space. And then again, the same thing applies to your analysis. Okay, I'm just gonna hijack this here. So here's the example. We're going to be in our execution time frame, of course, is the last level of analysis, 4 hours, something like this. If I put this here, prior to 4-hour analysis, we need something a bit bigger than that. You might go for the 1-day analysis. The reason we want the 1-day analysis, I know it's a big difference, factor of 6, 1 day down to 4 hour, but it's because the 1-day analysis is the most technically analyzed charts time frame. So it's important to, I think, get that in. And then if you haven't managed to get any relevant levels, you look at the weekly charts, but ideally you don't need to go into weekly charts. So this is kind of an example. I mean, this is kind of the example of time frames and analysis and therefore execution, but it has to be reverse engineered. Again, you don't pin the tail on the donkey with regards to this one. Okay, the idea here is you calculate it from what you're trying to achieve all the way through. And I've put a little arrow on the left here, and the reason being is something that often people forget about this, that as you go up in trade duration, what has more relevance, can you think? What becomes more relevant as you increase your trade duration? What do you think has more relevance? It's your fundamentals, okay? So if you're looking to hold something for 1 to 2 hours, the fundamentals play a very small role, okay? The macros, politics play a very small role because we're looking to go clearly level to level, in, out, thank you very much. Whereas if you're looking to hold something for almost a week, we have to take the fundamentals into account. You know, where do we think dollar's going to be from a Monday compared to a Friday? Why is that relevant? It's completely relevant to your stock markets, your indexes. So understanding where we think the index is going to be at the end of the week is obviously relevant if we're going to be doing this. How do we work out where it's going to be at the end of the week? It's going to be fundamentals, guys, not so much the technicals. So as you get bigger and bigger on your trading horizon, the fundamentals become more relevant. The technicals start to lose a little bit of relevancy. Therefore, your analysis should be shifted towards slightly more macro strategy. So again, these are all things you take into consideration. You know, if you're someone that doesn't give a shit about reading articles and you don't care about the macros and the politics, and that's, you know, if that's your preference, then you know you need to stick to a slightly shorter time frame where they pose less of a threat. You know, they're less of the driver. Larger time frame, the drivers generally are fundamentals. Shorter time frame, we're looking at level to level. So, but it's good to have a little a little combination of the two. I think that's probably the best thing to do. But in our sessions, our group sessions I do with everybody, we're going to be going into a lot more detail and stuff like this, using charts as well, spending a little bit more time using charts and going into a bit more detail. And that's what I'm going to be doing, I think, a lot on the Thursdays. Is I'm going to be doing a little bit of the technical stuff that I'm going to be covering in the group sessions with our live traders. Still doing the one-on-ones, okay? I've done plenty of one-on-ones, one-to-one sessions. They're working really, really well. I'm really happy. I've seen a few people's names in the live leaderboards, so that's great. And yeah, we're going to be doing a bit of both. Okay, so remember, next Tuesday I'll be talking about my system, my strategy. It's not for you to copy. It's for you to understand how I do things, why I do things is more importantly the point, and then maybe taking a little bit of thing. That's the idea, really. If that makes sense. Ask him to do it for a scalper, please. Sorry. I didn't actually. Coach Tank, how about scalping trades? Same time frame, 15.51. Yeah, so for a 1 minute, I mean, for a 1 minute execution, Chida, you're looking for, ideally, we're looking for, like I said, again, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know, if I just pop up a chart here, where are we here? If I just pop up a chart here, okay, this is gold, for instance. Now, it doesn't particularly matter the time frame I'm in here. If I'm just looking to, let's say, as an example, you know, we had a lovely resistance, broke it, retested as support, so off we go. And let's say we're just looking to target maybe something back up to this high or the initial move. So the initial move of, where are we? Let's just take that. So the initial move here, if I was just looking, sorry, this initial move here, if I was just looking to target something like that, which, check it out, this is how this worked, by the way. So this initial up move, so this up move here, hang on to that up move there. Now, if I was just looking to target something like that, then yeah, the same thing applies. Okay, this is a 5 minute chart. I would have done 5 minute analysis. I would have done 15-minute analysis, but I was started in the hourly. Okay, and if it was a 1 minute, exactly 15.51. That works perfectly well. Okay, hope that makes sense. But yeah, hope that makes a bit of sense, guys. But that's the sort of thing we're going to be looking to work on in our sessions, and I think a lot of it is relevant. A lot of people that I've spoken to have done very, very well so far to get onto the live. They've been working on trading for a good few years here, but there are a few simple questions unanswered, and like I spoke about last week with regards to risk-reward ratios and so on and so forth, another thing that I've noticed was time frame analysis, because a lot of people have just adopted something from somebody and it's not quite applicable to what the individual's trying to achieve and what's in line with their time constraints, psychology, all these kind of things. Yeah, so take that into account. But hope that made a bit of sense.
Wow, guys, give it up. Give it up for Coach Tank. He's been cooking these last few sessions at least. If you guys haven't watched the last one before this one, it was also a banger. But this one, honestly, this is very it feels, even though, like I said, I've been trading for over 5 years, but this feels very validating in terms of what path I've taken. So in terms of the management, then on that 2 day to 4 day, then the management would be on the 1 hour, I would assume. Is that right?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, so absolutely correct. So we're looking at 1 hour, 1 hour management time frame. But if you wanted to get it tighter into the price, if you wanted to sort of really strangle it a little bit because you're maybe approaching your target, you want to lock in profits a little bit more. Like a lot of people like to trade through a target. So if you want to essentially get to your target, trade it really, really tight, remove your target. So manage the trade with simply a stop loss, which a lot of people do. A friend of mine only trades the DAX, the German stock market, and he executes on a 1 minute chart. Okay, a 1 minute chart. So he's only looking for very short trade duration. However, he has in his management system, if the market has got to 90% to his target, he moves it down into, well, keeps it in the 1 minute, but 90% of the target, removes his target and just manages the trade with a stop loss. So he's waiting to get stopped out essentially. Now, this is an example of how this can be beneficial. He then ended up once holding the German DAX in a 1 minute chart for 5.5 hours.
Oof.
Just trailing the stop loss as it made new higher highs. Just trailing the stop loss as it made new higher highs. So of his whole account that day, he made 47%.
Wow.
Okay, by trading stop loss. So I saw him. We came in the next day and I asked him, I said, did you trade DAX yesterday? He said, yes. I did. Did you do it properly, how your system works? He said, yes. He has now set up a fund actually in Amsterdam. Yeah, he's now set up his own fund in Amsterdam, but he trailed a 1 minute DAX just as it made higher highs and higher lows until it pulled back, stopped him out for 5.5 hours. That's a lot of candlesticks. It's well more than he intended. But his management system allowed him to do that. Okay, he liked to sit in front of his desk all day. He said he had, he didn't leave his desk according to him. He said he pissed into a bin. I don't know if that's true, but he did pretty well. Yeah, 40 I think 47% on his account. He had a very, very a large account, personal account. So, the management, if you want to go down into smaller time frames, get a bit tighter, right up its backside, yeah, you can get closer to the price, lock in more profit, but of course, you run the risk of being stopped out essentially. Yeah, but
wow,
I'll fill in more of these in our sessions. I just wanted to do something relatively quickly today, but it's just taking all this into account, guys, before you. I take the example of opening a restaurant. Yeah, unfortunately, I do liken retail trading to somebody complimenting your lasagna and then you deciding to open an Italian restaurant next week. Okay, you need to understand realistically all the aspects that go into trading, and it's not just the profit. It's not just putting some food on the table. It's sourcing the ingredients. It's the marketing. It's the business side of things. It's realistically you're going to get people through the door. It's the staffing. It's the training. It's everything. So it's not just the lasagna on a plate, and that's the same at trading. It's not just the P&L at the end of the day. You have to take all this into consideration in its entirety, and that's what happens when you trade institutionally. Is that people do that for you? Okay, they take you as an individual. They essentially assess you from head to toe. They do everything apart from stick a finger in your bottom, and they work out essentially apart from stick a finger in your bottom. I said, and they work out essentially what your what sort of person you're going to be, what your strengths are, what your attributes are, what your weaknesses are, what you're going to be good at, how you're going to make them money when you go institutionally. They do all of this for you. When you're trading for yourself, unfortunately, you have to do that yourself, run that analysis yourself, and it takes very, very sort of sincere conversations with yourself and really, really understanding. Talk to somebody about it. Somebody might give you a better feedback than yourself. You might say, you know what, I think I'm an intraday trader. Someone might say, Asanka, no, you're not actually, mate, because I know you're slower than that. You want to be a lot more calculated than that. You want to do a lot more research than that. Some of my friends work for asset management companies. It takes them one of my guys, it takes him and a team of 5 people up to 3 months to place a position.
Wow.
Okay, it takes him and a group of 5 people, smarter than us, trust me. Takes them up to 3 months to place a position.
That's
Okay,
crazy.
but they love it. Okay, they absolutely, obviously, it's not a small position; it's a few contracts. But the idea is, and they're going to hold it for a long period of time. But the idea is, they love it. Okay, they love this research, and they're doing what is in line with their skill set, what they're good at to make that company money. You've got to look the same at yourself. And again, what you're welcome to do, guys, also is run 2 different systems. So some people will have a mainstream system where they allocate 80% of their risk to maybe this mainstream trading intraday system, intra-session system. And they might take 20% of their funds, of their risk, and put it on a slower burning, slightly more fundamentally targeted, longer term system. Yeah. So you're allowed to do both of those as well. You can diversify your portfolio, not only asset wise, but also trade duration wise. You're welcome to do that, guys. There's many things that we can do here.
That's awesome. And there's multiple traders that have switched from trading intraday to being swing traders now, right? Like, and it's just adjusting. I mean, it is an adjustment, right? But it's also finding your trader identities. Sometimes maybe trading on a smaller time frame just doesn't work for you, right? Maybe you need to bring it out a little bit more and trade bigger time frames.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely correct.
Yeah,
that's absolutely right.
Absolutely love having you on, Coach. This is definitely a great refresher for me, and obviously a lot of people are appreciating the nuggets here in the chat. I'm super excited to have you on again. I wish we could have you on every day, but I know you are also a busy man.
2 hours a day, every day, including Saturdays and Sundays.
Why don't we have him take over the entire stream?
Oh gosh, no, I'm not going to do that. You guys are doing.
I'm okay.
You guys are doing a fantastic job here, and fantastic role. No, it's really good to watch you guys, and no, it's really interesting, and I can't praise you enough. It's so interesting. It's so great balance of market action and banter, which is important, guys. It's important to keep it light. Okay, it's really important for those of you at home trading by yourself. A good trading community is important, and by good I mean not full of bullshit. Okay, so please. Try and find a good trading community, and it really helps when you trade from home by yourself. I've found that out when I went from institutionally to myself. The insular, the loneliness, trying to work out who to talk to. I had WhatsApp groups with my mates. It wasn't really good. It was just really awful videos and GIFs being posted. But find a good community, and you guys are really, I think you're giving a lot of people here a really nice sort of structure to their day, a good start to their day. So you guys are doing a great job. I'll just pop in every now and then. I'm a cameo guy.
We love
like to be the cameo guy.
Well, we appreciate you, Coach Tank. Thank you for the value bombs. I'm not going to call that value nuggets. That's value bombs. So looking forward to have you on the next one. Excited for that. And until then, have a good time.
Thank you. Lovely. Cheers, guys. Have a great day, and we'll catch up,
Coach.
You too. See ya.
Take care all. Ta-da. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. I feel like now that we had Coach Tank on dropping that much value, let's do a little surprise marble race.
If your notepad is not full right now, guys, what the fuck are you even doing? I don't smoke, and I feel like I need a cigarette after that. That was amazing. Good stuff. Guys, go back and watch it again. Okay. I was looking at a couple of charts, but I was listening the whole time, and just fan-fucking-tastic stuff. Go back and watch it again. So really quickly before we get into the giveaway, I want to just share one thing. When you watch something like this, I come from a whole family of educators. My mom was a teacher for 40 some years. So you just watched all that. You probably got some notes. Maybe you didn't. You were just kind of, okay, great. Go back and watch it in like 10-minute segments. He was with us for over an hour, 10-minute segments, and take detailed notes at that point, handwritten notes. Then type those notes. If you do that, you will retain almost every piece of information in there. So again, you just watched it. Any piece of information, watch it all the way through. Okay. Then go back and it takes some general notes. Go back and take specific notes on 10 to 15-minute segments. handwritten notes, then type them. Then you will have processed that information 3 full separate times, and that's how you retain that knowledge.
Yeah.
So I just want to share that right now while it's still fresh in my head. But yes, let's do a dang giveaway.
Yep. And I want to do this in honor of Coach Tank because he just dropped all that value. So guys, as usual, make sure, like, in order to participate in this giveaway, make sure that you have liked the stream, that you are subscribed to the channel, and that you type the keyword Coach Tank all in one word to participate for a 25K straight to funded account. All right, let's get it. Keyword is Coach Tank.
What a guy. He really is. He really is such a guy. And he's just so fun to talk to and get his insight from. You can tell he has so much knowledge and so much information, and he's worked with so many different types of people. I mean, man, I got my ass in check real quick. And, you know, it's important though, you know, it's important. It just goes to show again, like as traders, I mean, I learned something new today. I learned something new in terms of, you know, this rule that I've had for myself. You know, I'm at a point where maybe, you know, not to completely get rid of it. I think it's still important, but, you know, to consider, you know, it's okay that there may be some days where I look at my risk and think, okay, you know, let's take a look at where I can maybe apply a little bit more risk. And that was, I think, essentially subconsciously what I was looking at today. And I feel a little validated, but at the same time, I did get my ass in check. So I appreciate, you know, his transparency in that. And again, it just goes to show that as traders, we still go through these things, right? We still can make bad trades and make money. And, you know, it'll happen over time. But yeah, I think it's important to just be aware of that. Awareness is always key in all of this.
Absolutely. 100%. All right, Drew, whenever you're ready and we have the first 300, make sure to, or feel free to pull up the track. And we're going to raise for 25K straight to funded account. While we wait for that, in the chart right now on NQ, we're forming a little bit of a triangle consolidation. So I'm waiting for a breakout of that. Is there anything specific you guys are looking at?
You know what? We've just kind of been in this range now. I am really glad to see it's an interesting area that we bounced on NASDAQ. 22,600 was that area I talked about in the pre-market, guys. This was what I was looking at. You know, we did break this level here. You know, at this 1 hour zone, we really just sliced through it. And I think there was some news that had come out during that time, Matt. I don't know if I know Coach Tank was on at the time.
No major news.
No news. Okay, well, we definitely got this nice sell-off. You know, rejection of this seller zone as well on the Nasdaq. Nasdaq all day has just been the weaker of the two. ES, you know, real nice rejection of this 250 as well, and we got this nice sell-off. But really just sliced through this 1 hour zone. You know, that 700 area we did see. This is the 15-minute. Let me go to the 5-minute real quick. You know, we did see a little bit of attempted bounce here at the 700 area. This is where I actually took off my trade. Got in at the 61 area and took off at 707 was my last entry. I just set my stop up here. But the nice little sell-off here that we got all the way down this 600 zone. Didn't quite reach this other demand zone at 550, but we got a nice bounce so far. And you know, this is now going to be a key area that we look at for continuation of, you know, just making these higher lows, and then possibly retesting this zone. This zone is going to be gone tomorrow, but again, well below VWAP here on the NASDAQ. ES is still kind of hovering around VWAP here. So ES is still the stronger of the two, right? But look where ES bounced. Look at this pre-market low that we had, you know, in the overnight. So this pre-market low level was right at this 227, 230 area was kind of that zone that I was looking for us to potentially bounce. Again, this trend line as well is where we kind of took that bounce as well. So ES is just definitely the one holding up the, you know, the marks here. And we're really, what I would be looking for is us to hold above VWAP and then possibly push back in this 250, 255 zone. We do have a seller zone sitting here from 255 to about let's call it 258, that we do need to get above, but we are kind of squeezing right now on ES. So, you know, interesting levels that we're here, that we saw some reactive price action at. And so it's going to be that pre-market low level on ES and that 600 level on NASDAQ. Not really looking, obviously, I'm now I'm done for the day, and I promise I'm done for the day, and I'm not looking to take any other trades. But if I were to take a trade, I would definitely look at NASDAQ for any potential breakdown. ES would be looking at, a potential upside move. But again, this divergence that we're having is definitely kind of makes it a little bit hard to take a trade on either direction. You want follow through with both futures. So that's kind of what I'm seeing. What are you looking at, Nick?
Well, for me, I said I'm waiting for that triangle consolidation breakout. Doesn't matter if it's to the upside or the downside, honestly. I mean, we did touch on NQ, the 22,600 level, right? When we did the pre-market analysis, that was the level that we did call out here at 22,600, between 22,600 and 631. So we tapped perfectly into that and are now consolidating. So yeah, I'm just waiting for any major moves outside of that triangle, pretty much.
Awesome. All right.
I don't know if we already have 300 people. Oh yeah, we do. Thanks, Drew. Pull them up. Pull them up and let's race for another 25K straight to funded account. $235. Okay, the odds are better today. The odds to win an account are better on this race. Today we have aliens and spaceships seems to be the topic for today's races. T-Rad Rico in the lead, Chaquiz second, Andrew Zam in the lead. Okay, makes no sense to call out a leader yet because it's messy. Pretty sure some people will get shot by these lasers too. MT21 in the lead now. Future swing trader in the lead. I'm waiting for somebody to get shot by a laser. Give me the laser shot.
Reminds me of the laser picture that you had.
Yeah, true. It's actually me on that tower there with the laser eyes.
That's just Nick with his laser eyes.
Waiting for the laser shot sound effect.
Are we underwater? Is this what this is?
It's space. There was a spaceship. Future swing trader in the lead. Bosch the trader in the lead. Adam M in the lead. Brielle in the lead. Okay, this is a tight race. Future swing trader back in the lead. Greed is there too.
What does that say?
What? Which one?
Sam. Okay. Maybe that's an indication of who will win today if there's a Sam in the race.
Well, let's see. We actually got the winner.
Nice.
The winner is Future Swing Trader. Congratulations. You won a 25K straight to funded account. So if you're hearing this, make sure that you type something in the chat really quick. And then also add your email address to your YouTube channel description so we can send you your code for the free account.
Congratulations.
There he is in the chat.
Future Swing Trader.
Yep.
I would love to know if you got any good value from what Coach Tank said. I'm curious to hear if that's something that you implement as well based off his time frames. But congratulations on your straight to funded account.
Free money.
There he is. Or there she is. Could be a girl.
Could be anything.
Could be anything. Oh man. Matt, you seem like you're deep in thought there. What's in your head right now?
Nothing.
All right. I felt you trying to like create a joke out of that.
No. No, I was just looking. I was actually just taking a peek if any interesting NHL free agent signings have happened yet. Nothing interesting. So I was just checking the first 4 minutes here. But no, I mean, this was, going back to the tank stuff, just absolutely incredible stuff. And it reminds me, I think I've told this story on here before, but like I've been to a number of Traders Expos over the years. They've dialed them down since COVID, but they're still big events, but they're paid events now. They're not the big free ones. I mean, I remember one we did in Vegas and then did one in Brooklyn too, where it was just like, I think they said over 10, 12,000 people over the course of a couple of days. And I always love those events, right? And I understand why the trading world has gotten away from them, because things have changed a lot since COVID, and they're just, it's more cost effective to run virtual events now. But I always liked, again, same reasons that we encourage you to watch the show. Trading can be very lonely and boring at times. So it's an opportunity to shake hands and connect with people and answer questions, ask questions, whatever the case may be. And I remember so many times over the years that, and I'm at most of the events I'm presenting as well, so I have to kind of very strategically pick the talks that I want to attend. But I always liked going into like the trading psychology talks, right? Because I'm pretty confident in my ability to develop strategies or tweak, as Tank said, tweaking strategies that I've already learned or somebody has taught me. But I always like to go to the trading psychology talks, and it never fail. You go to these talks, and any of them that are an hour or more, okay, it's and these are like open rooms. You can come and go as you please, and a lot of people do. Some people drop in for 10-15 minutes, some people will stay the whole time, but it never fails. The longer a trading psychology talk goes, the more and more people walk out of it. And it's not like, fuck this, I'm not learning anything, but it's just like, I'm bored, right? Yeah. And yet a 30-minute talk, and I've done 90-minute trading psychology talks and 30-minute strategy talks as well. The 30-minute to 45-minute, like, or even hour strategy talk, like this one strategy will, those talks, right, will be packed to the brim. Everybody will be attentive and taking notes. And there's so many times over the years that I wanted to walk in the middle of one of those things. I've almost stopped mine a couple of times to be like, if you're not, you guys are learning a new straight, great, cool, exceptional. But if you don't go, these talks that you're walking out of or not attending because they're not exciting or they're not that one strategy, that's what you need to be learning, right? Like, I mean, Tank is a great communicator. I mean, that much is apparent. But listen, a lot of the stuff when we talk about trading psychology in this show, it's not the sexiest thing in the world, right? Sexy is a strategy. Sexy is a candlestick pattern. This is not. But I cannot. I have hope for traders out there because I am one stubborn son of a bitch, right? And so if I can get this through my thick noodle, that this is the stuff that is truly important in trading, I think a lot of people can too. But there is this, I will say, and I realize the irony of this and saying this on a sponsored YouTube show, but like so many of the trading influencers, and I'm not calling anybody out by name. There is a ton of great ones, ton of ones that maybe aren't so great and has little or nothing to do with profitability. But the ones that are just telling you need a strategy, more specifically their strategy, right? Available for $9.99 on our website. But and don't get me, I've bought strategies. I have bought courses on strategies. It's some that were fantastic, worth every penny that I paid for them. Some not so much. And you don't know, right? Like I've had people ask me as a trading coach, the best, what guarantee do I have that you can help me? You don't. If you're looking for a guarantee, I don't know what to tell you. Go back to your salary job. If you work a salary job and you make it the entire year, if you don't get fired, I guarantee you're going to get your salary. That's not what trading is, right? Yeah. But these are the things, guys, that you need to learn. And as you know, we talked to one of our live traders a couple weeks ago, and we're going to be bringing more and more on stream. And guys, I promise you that is going to be a theme for the most part. I'm not saying every little person has every little aspect of their life together. Shit happens. I've been dealing, I've been open about dealing with the adjustment of this show on my morning routine, my basement flooding, all that, right? Life happens, shit happens. But if your head is not right, if you are not capable of managing the things in your life outside of trading, and some of us aren't, especially younger people, right? I was a nut job at 25. I wasn't capable of managing like my basic emotions, let alone $100,000 trading account, right? So we mature, we evolve, but these are the things that you need to learn, because I can promise you, if you do not, you're going to be sitting right where you are a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and you're going to blame everybody but yourself. But the bottom line is, get your head right. And I cannot tell you how much the trading world and the outside world, because of your success in trading, will open up for you. So guys, I know there's some, I see the numbers. There's some people that bailed during that interview. If you came back, or if you're watching this later, get your ass back there and listen to that, because that may be the best hour plus we've done on this show. And that's no disrespect to our guests. We've had some fantastic guests on this show, but that was outstanding, and everything he's done is outstanding. So he's going to be, again, we've had kind of a weird schedule with some holidays and all that. Tank is going to be here, maybe not as long as he was today, but on Tuesdays and Thursdays. That is appointment viewing. Get your ass here and show up for that.
and be done with your, honestly, try to be done with your trades. Try not to be watching the trade. I know we're kind of like guilty of doing that sometimes while Coach Tank is on, but I promise you, like, these are not times that you want to, you know, be distracted. And yes, you can always go back and rewatch. And I agree with you, Matt, in terms of getting that retention in and making sure that you're, you know, watching it the first time, taking notes, and then rewatching it, you know, for a second time or even a third time. But yeah, it's super important. I think it's just the tip of the iceberg when we talk about strategy, when we talk about, you know, getting the profits in. I mean, that's all a byproduct of how well you manage yourself, right? And it's all you against you. I mean, Coach Ting talks about that too. He talked about how he went from, you know, trading for an institution to trading now for himself, and it's just a different dynamic. It's a very different dynamic, and you know, it's not as conventional as having a 9-to-5 job where you have a direct report or a boss or someone that keeps you accountable. You are the one keeping yourself accountable. And there's so many ways that you can do that in your daily life. And it all starts from there, right? How are you waking up? How are you treating yourself? How are your relationships with other people? How is your relationship with yourself, right? How are you practicing gratitude? There's so many things that really play a part in your whole trader identity. And I love actually the interview we did with Selling Rips. He got into this really well, and he was actually one of the few guests that really talked about meditation and talked about how practicing mindfulness in your day-to-day. And even Matt, you talked about, you take a few deep breaths. That could just be all you do before you start your trading journey, and really ground yourself. You know, even if it needs to be that you're a visual learner or visual person, that you need to have like a little note sitting on your desk, right? That kind of just reminds you. One of the things I talked about in my podcasts was, you know, what is your why? What is your why in trading? And maybe it is that you have, like, you know, if you have a family, right, you have a kid, and you want to take care of that family, you want trading to be part of that. Have a picture of your family sitting right next to you. Maybe that'll be the reminder that you need every single day to not go on tilt, to not put on a bad trade, to, you know, manage your risk more properly. So whatever it is that you have to do, you know, utilize that. And if it even is that you have to lock yourself out of your account, even it is that you set a drawdown risk, right? If mine is $1,000 a day, and because I can't stick to my rules of 2 losses in one day, maybe that's what I have to do, or something that you have to do, right? So it's just understanding yourself as a trader and knowing, like, yeah, the psychology is important, guys. The psychology is important. You can follow your favorite guru or furu's trades all day long, but their risk is going to be different. Their mentality is going to be different. So you have to just understand how you are as a trader and go with that.
I want to address one comment that was here. Boundless, you said no call. You're talking about the you know, people in this space. Call them out. They're scum in the retail trading space. They make money at taking it. They should be ridiculed. Why? I mean, are there tons of scam artists out there? Yes, of course. But I am here to make money. How to trade well, to do what I do and make money. How does ridiculing somebody else put money in my pocket? Guys, and I get what you're saying. I don't disagree with you. And Boundless, you're here every day. You're one of our best commenters. I truly appreciate you being here. But what does that solve? Okay, even we have a nice platform on this show, but even we don't have the reach of you know, to speak to 50, 100,000 people every day. Somebody scamming somebody else does not affect me in the least. Do I hope they get caught and busted? Yeah, of course. But honestly, it just is what it is, and it doesn't put any money in my pocket. And God damn it, guys, there's so much negativity in this space. Like you would be. We don't talk about it in this show because I'm not giving people any what they want, which is attention. But the personal negativity that has come the way of us three since we started this show, you would be shocked at some of the shit that pops up on social media and DMs and all of that. You know, there's just so much garbage and negativity out there. And all honesty, guys, if anybody who believes that all they need is one strategy, and you know, and by paying someone, and guys, I've sold education in the past. I've sold education, courses, coaching, all that kind of stuff. Never had a refund request. I take that as a badge of honor. I didn't sell thousands or anything like that, guys. I just worked with about 20 to 25 core students. But guys, you know, as soon as you do that, you're labeled a scam and a fraud and this and that. And sure, many are. But guys, I don't need to be white knighting for new traders. That's a way to waste time and get frustrated. Because guess what? These idiots are always going to be here. And in most cases, they're always going to outnumber the quality and decent people in this space. This is a money business. It attracts the worst of the worst. However, I've met some of the best friends I have and some of the best people in the world in this business. I've also met some of the worst. But all you're going to do by like, I have to tell everyone how big of a scam. Now, honestly, the people that fall for that, listen, have I paid a lot of money for education, ended up being a waste? Yes, we all do that. Guess what? It's kind of a rite of passage. Okay. But if you're going to sit here and just be negative about everything and you're just going to wear yourself down. There's too much negativity, guys. And I know that sounds like some hippy dippy crap, but honestly, I'm worried about my bottom line. I'm worried about the people that show up to this show every day. I could give two shits about anyone outside of this program because it doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect this show, and it doesn't affect my P&L. End of rant.
Preach it.
All right. Get like little what poetic
Poetic clap.
snap. Yeah, whatever it is. Is that a clap? That's not a clap. That's a snap.
No, it's a poetic clap, actually. It is a clap.
Is it really called that?
Consider it a finger clap.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, you know, and guys, just be discerning, right? Be discerning. I know as new traders, it can be tough to, you know, find your niche and your area and your, you know, who you really trust. But like, if it seems too good to be true, it probably is. And if people are talking in absolutes and guarantees, that's runaway, red flag, road closed ahead. You know, you do not want to be going into that, you know, and finding spaces like this that, you know, we're here with you guys. It's obviously a free channel, and it's hopefully providing value to you every single day. And of course, having Coach Tank on is immense, but you know, be discerning, guys. Be discerning. Be able to define what, you know, a scam artist looks like and what someone who is genuine and authentic, and just giving out value is also. So, yeah, just be discerning. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. Also, we did have the breakout here on Nasdaq out of that triangle, and I saw someone in the chat ask me if I did take my trade. The answer is no, because my trade hasn't happened yet. I always wait, or like in 99% of the cases, wait for a breakout of the consolidation and then wait for a bull flag or bear flag, depending if we go up or down, right? Which we are starting to form here. And then I would take that as my entry. That way I have double confirmation for my trade.
Nice little actually breakout to the upside of that squeeze that we got on both ES. Nasdaq is really struggling compared to ES.
Yep.
ES is pushing into highs here, and Nasdaq's not even near it's open actually. So yeah, this divergence in the indices is very interesting.
I mean, technically to be at the same level like ES, Nasdaq would need to be at like 22,840.
Right, exactly. Yeah. The 850s, we really rejected this supply zone. This it wasn't even that strong of a supply zone that I had, but 45-minute supply, we literally just like wicked to the top of it, and yeah, we couldn't clear it. So definitely a nice.
Crazy.
You guys caught this short. Congratulations. I know a few people I hear are in a long from around 600 area, and also congratulations on that, because that's at least 100 points right there that you probably caught, or close to it. But yeah, this area right here is going to be on watch at least for tomorrow and the rest of today. But yeah, I'm done. I'm done with my trades for the day. It's also, you know, looking at your mental capital sometimes is more important, you know, on a day, especially like yesterday that we had, where it was just chop city for a nice minute. I mean, really, the most of the day was chop city until we got this nice push up in the almost like the last hour of the day. But sometimes your mental capital is way more important, or just set alerts for certain levels and come back to the charts. Go do something more, you know, beneficial with your time. Go to the gym, go, you know, make some food, whatever it is, spend time with family, instead of getting, you know, mentally chopped up.
Yeah, 100%. Do you feel mentally drained after today, Mary?
Kind of, yeah, a little bit. Kind of do. And
Fair
it's
enough.
funny too, because it's not even so much that like the whole rule breaking and everything. There are certain days where, you know, I take 4 solid green trades in a row. I think that happened to me last week. And I took trade after trade after trade, and I was green on every single one. But days like that are also like mentally challenging, because you're sitting there just freaking watching the charts, and you know, you got to just be like, all right, that's enough, you know, and cut yourself off and go do something else that's mentally stimulating, that isn't, you know, just draining you at the same time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm gonna
you
go
did
take
good
my
money.
hot girl walk here in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, good for the hot walk. I'm almost done with my
Hot girl
mom.
walking matcha. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Though I'm not gonna lie, this almond milk is oof. I need to change it up. I need to change it up. This is not
Wait,
it.
So Nick,
wait.
what's going on with you, man? We've kind of been dominating the last 20 minutes or so to make sure you get a word in.
It's the Miriam and Matt show, apparently.
Well, I mean, guys, if you don't want me, let me know. I'll drop out.
We love you, Nick.
You and your white teas.
Yep.
We can't be. Yeah.
Yeah. Who are we gonna use to white balance the stream if you leave?
True. You're gonna have a problem.
Yeah.
Except on Wednesdays, which is Miriam tomorrow. Okay, so white.
I know. I already have my outfit picked out. Don't worry.
Nice.
Same.
If
It's black.
if it's black, I'll
He's
fly
gonna go
over
like
to-
bright red.
I'll fly over to LA, and then
LA.
Oh,
you know, whatever. Anyways, tomorrow's White Tea Wednesday, and it's gonna be a great day. It's my favorite.
wear
day.
your white teas so we can make some gains, guys.
Yep, we need those white tea gains.
It's also going to be the last day that we stream for the week, so
Yeah.
That's sad.
a little sad, I know. But you know, we're gonna have at least one marble race.
Yeah,
Maybe.
but I did actually
We
want
also
to
have a guest tomorrow as well.
Oh yeah, we have Volatrades coming on.
Vola
tomorrow.
Trades will be
Vola
joining
Trades.
us tomorrow. So he's been a longtime viewer. Really excited to have him on.
I
Yeah,
know, I'm
been here
excited.
pretty much since day one, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So super excited to analyze trades with Vola and get into what he looks at.
Yep. Matt, I mean, question to you, because that's certainly something that
The answer is 42 yes, and only if I'm in the mood.
that actually makes partial sense. So what I was about to ask was like you don't take trades often. You wait, really wait for your A+ setups. It seems like
Yeah.
what is the mentality behind that? I mean, obviously, yeah, only if you feel like it. 42, I don't know how much sense that makes, but I mean, you enlighten us.
Well, so there's a couple of things behind this. First of all, it is, you know, we've kind of gotten into a weird scenario where the stream started, I'm adjusting my morning routine, and now we've gotten some weird markets and maybe not the exact type of price action that I'm looking for. And so it is still a little bit of an adjustment for me. I sound like a broken record, and I know that there'll be people in my DMs who make excuses, but okay, fine, whatever. But in all honesty, I don't trade unless I'm comfortable, and I'm very comfortable doing the stream right now. I'm still adjusting to trading and doing the stream, and especially in trading my Tradeify Live account, which is different from the account I've been trading for most of the last several years. However, I am about to do, and I'll tell you guys this, and I'll share more details. And but you know, we kind of broke out a little bit of social media stuff that we haven't done. I know Miriam does some fantastic shorts and reels on Instagram. I'm kind of going to pull my Instagram out of mothballs here in the next week or two. I'm going to start doing just little bits per day, not live trading, but talking about. I'm going to start transitioning a lot of my personal trading to the afternoon session, which is something I haven't done for a very long time. I'm still going to be trading here when I see great setups and when I'm able to, manage trades effectively and find trades effectively on stream. But, you know, I want to, you know, we're traders, we're entrepreneurs. The more income streams that we can have, the better. So to have the income stream in an afternoon trading, and I'll share some of my ups and downs, my struggles, my successes. I might grab a Tradeify eval account and maybe go through that, or I don't know. I'm still kind of working it out, but I will definitely share some of that, and we'll tie it into the stuff we're learning on Tradeify TV as well. But I'll let you guys know a little bit more about that next week as we get through the holiday and all that. But yeah, I'm gonna get my curly hair wig, and maybe I can make reels that are half as good as Curly Trader, because she does a fantastic job there.
Just call yourself Almond Milk Trader.
Almond.
Well, if she's the matcha trader, the curly, I'll just go with like the beer trader. You know.
Oh, I love it.
And I'm gonna be the vodka trader.
The vodka trader.
Mhm.
Yikes. Yeah, we got a lot of nicknames here, but oh man, I'm excited though. I hope that you guys, you know, tune into tomorrow's stream as well. I mean, it's gonna be, I know it's kind of the last stream that we'll have this week, but maybe we'll get some volatile moves. Maybe it'll act like a Friday. Who knows? We'll see.
Absolutely.
Freaky Friday on a Wednesday.
Who knows?
Why
It's
not?
White Shirt Wednesday. Anything could happen.
True.
All right, guys. So it is that time again. So it's been, guys, we had actually some pretty good market action. We had some good trades today, but honestly, guys, today was tank. It was Tank Tuesday. The knowledge he dropped was exceptional. Please go back and watch that, and go back and do your thing. So, wow, it's just I'm gonna do that this afternoon. I'm gonna probably once the markets close, I'm gonna go back and watch 10-15 minutes at a time and take some notes and then type them up. That's how you retain the knowledge. All right, guys, so that is it for me. We'll kick it around the horn to say goodbye, but yes, Vola's joining us tomorrow. Really excited for that. Have a great rest of your day, guys, and let me kick it over to Mr. White Tea himself, Nick.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Matt, and thank you, chat. Thank you for being here every day. Thank you for being here today, asking great questions and also listening and learning a ton from Coach Tank. I hope you loved that section, but it seems like you did based on the chat. So yeah, thanks for the nice comments. Thanks for the funny comments. Thanks for the good questions. And as usual, obviously we're going to be back tomorrow with Vola trades, as Matt just said. But as usual, we're going to end this stream with our one and only Matcha Mommy.
Thanks, guys. And of course, appreciate every single one of you guys today joining us on a beautiful Tuesday. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe to this channel, share it with a friend, and of course, go back and review Coach Tank's section so you can get all the knowledge that you need from that. He was also on last week. Don't miss 2 weeks ago, I believe. Don't miss that episode as well. So as always, guys, make sure that you are practicing gratitude. Make sure that you go tell someone you love them, send a gratitude text, whatever that looks like for you. Drink your matcha, take your hot girl walk, and just make sure that you are spreading the love, because there's more to trading than just making money. So we will see you guys tomorrow bright and early, 8:30 Eastern. We love you guys. Have a great day and go be great.
See you guys.